After suffering its first 2 losses of the season last weekend, Syracuse tennis has a chance to bounce back this afternoon against Miami. It's the Canes and the Cuse, and it's right here on ECC Network Extra. A warm welcome into Drumlin's Country Club here in Syracuse, New York. Alongside Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy, I'm Sam Reese. We thank you so much for joining us. And Riley, let's focus on the away side in Miami that's coming into Drumlin's a bit sluggish, a 1-4 start, but the huge news is that Alexa Knoll, the defending NCAA singles national champion, is set to make her singles debut.
Alexa Knoll could really turn the tide for the Hurricanes. Anytime you get the best in the country back on your squad, it's going to help you. She came back for her grad year late. She was just deemed eligible ahead of this game against Syracuse. The only time she's been to Drumlin's before, 2 years ago, and a loss in a heated matchup. Another bright spot, Raquel Gonzalez. She's played really well this year, and as we saw last year, she just transferred from Oklahoma State with the Cowboys. Once she got going, she can get hot. Those two players can do a 1-2 punch for the Hurricanes.
Those are two players to watch out for on the Miami side. But for Syracuse, Ryan, sure, they're coming off back-to-back losses. Those were against 2 top 10 opponents in the country. But a massive bright spot was Miyuka Kimoto's play, pulling off a big singles win.
Yeah, Miyuka Kimoto has been so solid this spring. Missed most of the fall due to injury, but her presence has been much needed for the Orange. She has been on a roll lately. Like you mentioned, Sam, a huge win last week against Duke, and then also a new doubles pairing at the top of her lineup. She was joined with Nelly Knezkova, and they looked really solid, getting a huge ranked win over against a very tough Duke team that's nationally ranked in doubles.
And a reminder of how exactly the rules are in NCAA tennis. We'll start things off with doubles. That'll be 3 one-set matches, all played to 6 games. Whoever wins 2 out of those 3 doubles matches takes that 1 doubles point up for grabs. And then after that doubles point is decided, we'll have a quick break before we roll on to singles, and that'll consist of 6 best-of-3 set matches. And those are the final 6 points up for grabs in the duel. And we're just about ready to get doubles started. Riley, why don't you take us through some of these matchups?
Well, I'm looking at the number 2 doubles matchup because we have Shiori Ito and Anastasia Sisaweva. They moved from the number 3 slot to the number 2 slot from last match. And then we have the returning singles national champion, Alexa Knoll, returning to Miami for her first match back in the NCAA circuit after playing a little in the U.S. Open over the summer. She just came back, just deemed eligible. She's going to play in the number 2 double spot. A couple good matchups we're seeing today.
Yeah, and Ryan, the interesting thing from Miami's perspective is that this is a team that's barely played in the month of February. They haven't played since the 12th, back 2.5 weeks ago against Kennesaw State. Do you think that's beneficial, or is there a little bit of rust that you think will be involved with this Canes squad?
I think it's nice to get the rest, but I think for Syracuse, having matches under your belt and being in that intense environment and high energy like college tennis is, it's very emotional at times. And when it's been a long layoff for your team, it's tough to kind of start out, especially in doubles. And doubles is so important. It's so tough in singles to win 4 of the 6 matches. So getting this doubles point is going to be huge.
And talking to Coach Eunice Limam as well, entering this weekend set of matches against Miami today and Florida State on Sunday, he stressed the importance of taking that doubles point. And we'll start off with number 1 doubles. No surprise here that it's Nelly Knezkova and Miyuka Kimoto as the Syracuse pairing. And they're going up against the duo of Xin-Yi Nong and Raquel Gonzalez. That was the number 1 doubles pairing for Miami in its last match, its first win of the season against Kennesaw State. And of course, Knezkova and Kimoto are coming off of a top 10 win in their doubles match against Duke back on Sunday. And that's the way you want to start if you're Knezkova on the service game.
And last match was these two's first pairing together of the season. And Coach Limam said he really likes the way that Knezkova can start it off as the first server and Kimoto can finish it off at the net.
And you see right here in the first game of this doubles match here in number 1 doubles, it is Knezkova serving and Kimoto at the net, just as Coach Limam likes it. 11 different doubles pairings this season for Syracuse, but it's no surprise to see that all three doubles pairings from that Duke match, Ryan, stay intact, despite the fact that, as Riley mentioned, a swap between doubles 2 and 3.
And it's tough what Komodo and Knezkova did last week. Your first match, and you're going up against a top 10 doubles team in the country. That's very tough to do, and they really answered the test, and they really stood up to the test, rather.
And how about Komodo at the net? They're making it look easy. Already 40 love early on in the first game of this match, and the vibes are good for the Syracuse duo in the early stages.
Starting off strong is going to be the key for Syracuse, especially when you're going up against a team like Miami who's used to having easy success and just hasn't found it this year. I think if Syracuse can get up on them early and kind of take that team morale down on the other side, and the Orange will be in a good spot.
Miami's team coming in with a 1-4 record. A bit of a sluggish start to the season, uncharacteristic for a Hurricane squad that has made 28 straight NCAA appearances dating back to 1996. Syracuse, on the other hand, has played a significantly larger amount of matches than Miami at 7-2. This is the Hurricanes' first ACC test of the 2025 season. That's a nice return from the baseline. So the pairing of Nong and Gonzalez finally notching that first point to at least stay alive here in the first game.
Yeah, nice job by Gonzalez on that serve to really step in. You're going to see she's right on top of that baseline, taking time away from the server. And there's really nothing that Knezkova could do in that moment.
It was a really nice job to go cross court, but still keep it shallow.
And that's the second time now where Knezkova's first serve is not put in play. See what she goes with here on the second serve. Again, this is the matchup on #1 doubles between Syracuse and Miami. And that's shanked wide. So game 2, Knezkova and Komodo 1-0 in the early goings in #1 doubles. And again, this is a pairing that was put together for the first time last time out against Duke, but there was a reason head coach Eunice Lamam kept them together, and they're off to a positive start.
Laughing with assistant coach Jacqueline Collum. Vibes are high right now on the Syracuse sideline, and we're only 1 game in.
This is exactly it. If you're the top doubles pairing for Syracuse, get a quick hold, put the pressure on Miami now, and see if maybe you can get an early break in this set and really put this Miami top doubles pairing on the back foot.
And there you see Miami head coach Paige Yeroshuk-Tuz, who's in her 24th season as the head coach, 28th with the team. She became the head coach all the way back in 2001, the winningest coach in program history. She was inducted into the Miami Sports Hall of Fame back in 2012, joining her dad, who played on the baseball team at the U back in the 60s. And she has had an unbelievable amount of success making the NCAA tournament every single year she's been in charge. And in all but her first year, it's a Miami squad that has finished top 25 in the ITA rankings. They're coming off a run to the Sweet 16 last season.
She's never had a losing season in her head coaching career, so this is a very unusual spot for her and the Hurricanes to be in early, down just 1-4, and starting off 0-4 before the win against Kennesaw State, which is not a very strong team.
Right. It was losses to FAU, FIU, and then at the ITA kickoff up in Gainesville, LSU and FIU were both losses as well. So Miami has played FIU already twice, both losses. And then to your point, Riley, finally notched that first win against Kennesaw State. And yeah, this is unfamiliar territory without a doubt. In fact, the lowest win total for Coach Yeroshuk-Tuz in her tenure was 13 back in 2017. That's how consistently good this Miami squad is. As that shot lands wide from Knezkova, and it's quickly 30 love. So Nong and Gonzalez trying to get back on level terms and hold serve here.
Yeah, this was the response that Miami wanted. Gonzalez has been so strong for Miami so far this season. One of the lone bright spots in their roster that's been really consistent.
And that's a nice play at the net from Knezkova to win the point. See a smile from her, 30-15.
That was really interesting because Syracuse was actually able to switch the momentum of the point. They started off, Komodo was actually on her back foot off balance. She makes a great return, a couple rallies back and forth, and then gets Miami off balance and forces a bad shot for Knezkova to slam it down at the net.
And there's an ace. How about that from Raquel Gonzalez, who came over from Oklahoma State, one of the newcomers, currently ranked 78th in singles, but showing what she can do in doubles as well, and it's game point for the Canes duo. And Gonzalez, someone who was named to the Big 12 first team in doubles back in her freshman campaign at Oklahoma State. Helms from Villanueva de Castellón, Spain. It's a little too ambitious from Nong, and so Knezkova and Komodo staying alive here, trying to tie things up at 40-all early on in this doubles match.
Yeah, a little overambitious, like you mentioned, and then also a little bit of a late move there from Nong. She would have committed right as the shot was made contact. She would have had an opportunity to cover.
40-all.
That was a really nice serve and an even better return to get that right back to her.
Take a look at the replay here. This is what you're talking about, Riley.
Yeah, it's just beautiful serve. I mean, it's right where you want it. And then she was just able to think quick and get in position and get it right back.
So at 40-all, a massive serve here for Gonzalez. And it is called wide. The chair umpire had to confirm there, as Syracuse might have thought that, hey, that clipped the line, but nonetheless, it is 1-all. Remember, in college tennis, there is no deuce. So at 40-all, always the next point wins in both doubles and singles. And there you see on the replay, we get a great down-the-line shot.
It was interesting that they chose Komodo to be the returner there when usually she is better at the net, and Knezkova is usually at the service line, but Miami comes out not to back up one apiece.
So Nong and Gonzalez hold serve, and that's beautiful play at the net from Gonzalez to make it love 15. She seems locked in at the moment as this Miami duo has really settled in since that opening game, Ryan.
Yeah, they really have, and you could see Gonzalez along with Knezkova both really aggressive at the net, trying to be the first one to change that point. If you're able to get it to the net man early, then you're in trouble.
Oh, that's just a mishit. An awkward shot right off the racket. You could tell it wasn't right. And it's 15-all, just like that. Miami, a team that has 6 different newcomers, Alexa Knoll and Sinyi Nong. Nong, who we're watching currently in first doubles, the 2 returners, and Maria Paula Vargas as well. But outside of that, a lot of new faces on this Miami team. And perhaps that's part of the growing pains early on in the season for a Hurricane squad that is uncharacteristically off to a 1-4 start.
And with that interesting schedule as well, they had that long layoff, and normally at the start of the spring season, usually you're playing a good amount of matches in a week or in a 2-week span. So having that long layoff as well is kind of makes it a little interesting not having your kind of match legs underneath you.
Just the second match of this month. That Kennesaw State match, the only other game they played in February. It's one match in a 32-day span until today, which is just kind of unprecedented territory, as you said, Ryan. Once you get the season underway, usually it's pretty consistent with 2 matches every weekend on a normal basis anyways.
I mean, Syracuse has played almost double the matches. They're already 7-2, 0-2 in the ACC. Miami's 1-4, and this is their first Atlantic Coast matchup.
And even after this, Miami, after playing at Boston College this weekend, finishing off their Northeast trip, they return back to non-conference action when they host Penn before returning to ACC play against Notre Dame. Game point here for Knezkova and Komodo. And the idea was a good one from Komodo, but just couldn't quite execute that cross-court shot.
Yeah, Komodo saw the net man moving and immediately went to go change that shot to cross-court. But a little early on it, you can see that's what's going to hook it wide.
There you see the replay. Komodo actually went up against Nong last year in the doubles, in first doubles between these two teams. And it was a victory for Mayuka Komodo and Victoria Konopetskaya, who graduated last year from Syracuse. Although in that duel, it was a 6-1 Miami win. And there's game point. So Knezkova and Komodo hold serve, a 2-1 advantage here in first doubles. And then elsewhere, looking around the grounds at Drumlins, we have 2 relatively lopsided scorelines in the early going. In second doubles, it's the Miami duo of Alexa Knoll and Maria Paula Vargas off to a 3-0 advantage over Shiori Ito and Anastasia Sisaweva. And right on cue, that's where we head to here. And over on third doubles, to keep you posted, it is Syracuse with the lead. Monica Wojcik and Serafima Shastova have a 3-0 lead over Jacqueline Ogunwale and Ailey Arai. So already in the early going, it's shaping up to be a tight one that could come down to the wire here in doubles, although it's still relatively early, guys.
Even though it's just 1 point, it's an important one because it sets the tone for the rest of the match.
Again, now on court 2 in number 2 doubles with the pairing of Shiori Ito and Anastasia Sisaweva, who just won their first game of the set. So it's now a 3-1 lead for Nolan Vargas. Alexa Knoll serving for Miami on the far side. And it's been quite the journey for Alexa Knoll, who didn't envision herself playing college tennis originally, was highly touted in her high school years, playing at a very high level, and thought she wanted to go professionally, but then had the opportunity to play at Iowa, where she spent her freshman and sophomore year, but she missed her entire sophomore year due to injury, kind of had to hit the reset button, and then Miami was an opportunity for her as she put her name in the transfer portal. Her junior and senior year very successful, and as we mentioned, last year as a senior, she won it all in the singles NCAA tournament, a national champion. As a result, she earned a wild card spot to the US Open, where she took on Sarah Sorribes Tormo of Spain. And Miami thought that Knoll was moving on and going full-time professional. She graduated from Miami, and then early January said, hey, I want to join back with this team. And because she did have that extra year of eligibility due to the season she was injured, and after clearing it up with the NCAA, that extra year of eligibility granted, and now she's back playing at Drumlins, where we mentioned it at the top, she was upset in singles by Zeynep Erman 2 years ago.
And she would have been able to go right into her grad year if she wanted to, but it was an issue with, thought she wanted to go pro. She took some money from the US Open. She's been traveling and practicing with the team, but just hasn't been able to compete. They finally get that cleared up out of their first ACC matchup, and bad luck for Syracuse, bad timing.
Right.
Her debut for her graduate season back in Drumlins.
There's some nice net presence from Maria Paula Vargas, the sophomore from Columbia, who has played doubles once so far this season and won.
Nice job poaching. Just hits it low enough where Ito wasn't ready for it.
A nice job noticing that Wojcik's backhand was floating up a little bit, didn't have a low line drive to it, so she had the opportunity to poach, like you mentioned, Riley.
Game point, 40-15, Knoll on serve. And Ito back to return for Syracuse. In fact, Ito and Knoll are 2 of 3 players across both of these teams that were on their respective rosters 2 seasons ago when these teams last met at Drumlins. Miyuka Kimoto, the only other player across Syracuse and Miami that was a part of that intense matchup that Syracuse won 5-2 and catapulted to number 16 in the ITA rankings. But right now it's all Knoll and Vargas here in number 2 doubles, a 4-1 advantage for the Miami duo, again, as mentioned, and it's worth mentioning time and time again, the season debut for Alexa Knoll in her grad year. We jump over to court 4, where it's third doubles between Monica Wojcik and Serafima Shastova of Syracuse going up against Jacqueline Ogunwale and Ailey Arai. Currently a 3-1 lead for the Orange duo of Wojcik and Shastova. So good news on this court for Syracuse, unlike court 2.
And Coach Lamam still juggling the lineup, trying to figure out what works best. I mean, this is the only court where they've played multiple matches together already this season.
Right.
On the 1 and 2 doubles. Their only matchup that they've played as doubles pairings was the matchup against Duke. At least here, this duo is 2-1 on the season, so they played 3 together, but by any means not accustomed to the same partnership over the whole year for Syracuse.
And despite 11 different doubles pairings this season, Syracuse is, as a team, 17-8 in doubles play. 10 of those 11 pairings that Coach Limam has utilized have picked up at least 1 victory.
I think that's such a luxury, too, for Syracuse to have kind of a wide variety of players you can kind of plug and play in any spot up and down the lineup. And then now as you get into conference play, then now you really have an idea and a feeling of who meshes well together. And I think that Duke match last Sunday was a huge indicator for Syracuse about their doubles pairings.
And it's triple break point meanwhile here. And Wojcik and Shastova take care of business at the net. A rather routine break for the Syracuse pairing. And it's 4-1 in favor of the Orange here in number 3 doubles. So just to keep you updated, it's Syracuse with the 4-1 lead here in third doubles. On second doubles, it's the opposite. Miami has a 4-1 advantage, but then Syracuse leads in first doubles 3-1. There you see Yunus Limam in his 11th season as Syracuse head coach. Before he came to the Orange, was an assistant coach at Rice for 5 years. 111 career wins heading into this season for the veteran Syracuse leader. And when you think of Syracuse tennis, you think of Yunus Limam and everything he's done for this program in the last decade plus now.
And he doesn't just know how to coach, he knows how to play too. He was
right.
pretty nice with the racket back in the day, a member of the Moroccan junior national team back in the 90s.
Yes, also a former D2 standout at Drury. Meanwhile, we take a look at the doubles scoreboard. And again, remember, it's whoever wins 2 out of the 3 doubles matches wins that doubles point. And right now, it's shaping up to come down to the wire, although Syracuse has the edge across the board with both number 1 doubles and number 3 doubles going the way of the Orange so far.
Yeah, it was big to get a break on that 1 doubles court for Syracuse. And now, if you're Miami, you got a lot of scoreboard pressure on you right now. Down on 2 of the 3 courts and down breaks on both of those courts as well.
Last weekend, despite some big individual doubles wins, Syracuse still lost the doubles point against both UNC and Duke. And before last weekend, they had only lost 1 doubles point all season. So that was a little uncharacteristic from the Orange. Of course, a step up in competition with the Tar Heels and the Blue Devils coming to Drumlins last weekend. But if they can get back on track and get that head start by winning the doubles point, it really does go a long way, Riley.
Yeah, and by any means, those 2 losses are not bad losses.
No.
That's about as hard of a way that you can start ACC play, by playing the number 3 team in the country and then the number 10 team in the country back-to-back. It's a wake-up call. And now, if you're up against Miami, this is a team that historically you haven't had much success against. Puts a good taste back in your mouth before you face Florida State on Sunday.
And Syracuse coach Eunice Lamam stressed that this week in practice a big focal point was doubles because he knows the talent is there, and we've seen it. You know, neither of those matches against UNC or Duke, they were swept in doubles. They still got big, as mentioned, individual wins in doubles. It's about piecing everything together and across the board getting multiple doubles wins to secure that point.
Yeah, very well said. I was about to say piecing it all together for Syracuse, having 1 through 3 up and down the lineup, having strong, solid matches, because we've seen it in pieces. We just haven't seen it all put together.
And that's a miss hit from the baseline by Ogunwale, the freshman who's from Herts, England, just south of London. She qualified for the Wimbledon Juniors a couple years ago in doubles. Made it to the round of 32 in that tournament. But her error makes it 40-love in favor of Wojcik and Shastova. They're 1 point away from being 1 game away from victory here on court number 4.
Nice shot of the net.
It's as good as it gets, huh?
Great read, knowing that your teammate had a strong shot to push Miami back. And you can see this return was just going to be floated up on your back foot and then immediately reading it right at the net.
Right at the feet. That's the place to hit it when you're at the net. It's really hard to get a shot like that back.
Wojcik, the Delray Beach, Florida native, one of 2 freshmen on the Syracuse team alongside Haram Kim, but Wojcik's been the freshman who has played consistently this season so far, 5-2 in singles, 5-3 in doubles action. And now Ailey Arai, the freshman for Miami, is serving to stay alive here in number 3 doubles for Miami. And Ogunwale with an absolute laser right down the middle of the court to give the Miami duo an early lead in the 7th game of this set.
That one had some power on it. Not opting for the volley, just opting for the power shot right down the middle. Ogunwale finishing that point off herself.
Arai, who is serving, one of 4 freshmen from Osaka, Japan. She's been involved. Oh my. She pings it right off of her teammate Ogunwale. The chemistry just not on cue there. Arai having a little bit of a laugh afterwards. Ogunwale doesn't seem too pleased on the other hand after a little bit of miscommunication.
Well, it's not as funny when you're on that end of it.
I can imagine.
So it's even more funny when you're on the winning side of it. If you're Syracuse, you're up 5-1 and that happens.
Yeah, it's all going the orange way here on this 3 doubles court. They've really controlled the points, controlled the rallies from the baseline.
There is a crucial point for Miami. Again, Ogunwale and Arai trying to just hold serve here to stay alive and extend this doubles match. Take a look at the replay.
And the Syracuse team is one that's found success in this matchup against North Carolina. They beat Tatum Evans and Thea Rabin, 2 great doubles players from North Carolina.
The 34th ranked pairing in the country, to your point. And that went wide. Off camera there was Arai. She seemingly saved it up against the wall here at Drumlin's. And it was a great effort from her off camera. There we go, right at the wall, as mentioned. She was trying to keep it going, but in the end, Syracuse just pinning Miami back. Both players there were playing all the way back towards the baseline.
That's home court advantage at its finest, because a lot of those other courts, Miami's an example.
Right.
That space between the back line and the fence or the net or whatever you have there is usually a lot bigger than what you see in Drumlin's. It's pretty squished there. It's not a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, usually, and also with the outdoor courts that Miami is typically used to playing in, it's a lot slower inside. The points speed up, and you can really be aggressive at the baseline. So that's also another adjustment that Miami really hasn't had to deal with so far this season.
This is Miami's first trip outside of the state of Florida this season as well. Their only visits away from home were at nearby FAU and then up in Gainesville for 2 matches in the ITA kickoff weekend. And Ogunwale and Arai do manage to hold serve, so it's not done yet here in number 3 doubles. 5-2 in favor of Wojcik and Shastova for the Orange. And over in number 2 doubles, it is also 5-2, but in favor of Miami's pairing of Alexa Knoll and Maria Paula Vargas. However, in number 1 doubles, Knezkova and Komodo took that early lead, and they've held on to it. It's currently 4-2 over there. So the Orange are on track currently to take that doubles point, but still a whole lot up for grabs.
Work to be done if you're Miami and trying to get the doubles point, reclaim it, because right now all the momentum with Syracuse, you only need 2 of the 3, and that's what they've got right now.
Knezkova and Komodo, you gotta realize you gotta up the intensity now, even more so. You've got the doubles point within sight, but the job is not done yet. You got the pairing of Nong and Gonzalez on their back foot. Now you just gotta finish the job.
We leap a court over to number 2 doubles, where Nolan Vargas are 1 game away from at least winning this doubles match for Miami, despite Syracuse having the lead on the other 2 courts. And Sisoeva says, wait a second, we're not finished yet, 15-love.
That was a really strong return by Miami. Even better job by Sisoeva just to keep those hands up and really be quick with it and think on your feet, because we saw points in the past on this court where it's just they've hit with so much pace at the net, right at the net person. They just haven't been able to get it back that time. Anastasia Sisoeva does a great job.
Sisoeva in her 2nd season with the Cuse after playing at the University of Florida in her freshman season. Back in 2013, she made it to the round of 16 in the ITA Summer Championships. A proven player in Sisoeva. Oh, what a shot down the line. That's Alexa Knoll playing at her best. There's a reason why she's one of the top collegiate players in the country.
That's an incredible play by Knoll. Normally, this is going to be a 2-handed backhand cross court, and Sisoeva knows that at the net. That's why she's cheating. Knoll has a tough ball to get to, and it's going to be tough to do anything with it. And instead, she goes with a backhanded slice up the line. That was incredible.
Remember, no let service in college tennis either. So on that serve, you play it through, unlike at the professional level, and it benefits Syracuse on this occasion.
It's a bit of a unique rule because college is about the only time you play that way without the lets. So sometimes if you see it hit the net, you used to just, yeah, even if it goes in. Nope, you gotta stand on your feet, gotta play it.
Almost like volleyball, where it touches the net, goes over, you still play it through. And to my understanding, the reason that's in place is because, especially in, I guess, in ACC matches, you got an umpire on every court, but you know, for those non-conference matches, and especially at the D2 and D3 level, a lot of the times you have the players calling their points, and that leads to controversy of calling, did that clip the net, did it not? So they said at the collegiate level, we're just going to play through no matter what, and that's a sensible decision.
Yeah, I think the rule makes total sense when you look at it like that. I think to avoid any potential conflict, which can happen at times in college tennis, it can turn its head. But to have that rule in, I think is a smart to have in place.
A complete misfire from Maria Paula Vargas, and that means Ito and Sisoeva extend this doubles match. It's now 5-3 in favor of Nolan Vargas, who will be serving for the match here for Miami.
Yeah, that one was just
that's
out of control. That's the game.
There we go. So that is set point, and Knoll and Paula Vargas take care of things. They're on number 2 doubles. You see Unisly Mom locked in now because on the other two courts, a whole lot to be decided now because over on number 1 doubles, Knezkova and Komodo's lead is down to 1. It's currently 4-3.
This is big.
As we keep tabs on the last 2 doubles matches remaining to claim that crucial doubles point. And it's number 1 doubles where we go. Nong and Gonzalez just broke serve moments ago before we went over to this court. So now they've come within 1, but not only that, Ryan, they are serving to try to tie things up here on court 1.
Yeah, you're gonna see and feel and hear the intensity start rising on this top doubles court. Means so much to try and snag this doubles point.
And just for clarification, that was Wojcik and Chastova as we went over to number 3 doubles who were shaking hands, and their match came to an end. So 6-3 victory for them. Meanwhile, where we were in number 2 doubles, that match still in action. It is indeed 5-3 with Knoll and Vargas, Paula Vargas, that is, leading over there. So it is the Orange with the advantage right now in doubles, but they got to close out one of these last 2 matches to ultimately clinch that doubles point. And things are getting interesting here in number 1 doubles as it's now 40 love. Nong and Gonzalez are currently in a groove.
Yeah, this is all of a sudden has really tightened up this doubles point. Syracuse looked to be in control, but now you are up on court 2 if you're Miami, and you got a chance to knot this top court up.
It's the name of Gonzalez's game. Do not let her get active. Do not let her get consecutive points, because that's when she thrives.
Oh, what a point. And it pays off for Syracuse.
That's great reactions from Komodo at the net. Net court wasn't friendly for her or Knezkova on that point. Set Miami up with an opportunity to close it out. You're going to see Komodo just stays in right at that service line. Didn't back up, held her ground, and kept that racket up.
A couple flat shots from Knezkova before that happened, and ended up being good decisions. Just skipped right over the net. Maybe a little differently done. Nice recovery.
Oh, what a battle there. Point to Miami. Raquel Gonzalez saying this might be doubles, but I'm going to go 1v2 here and take care of business.
And she did take care of business. Great slice shot. Would have been in on singles too, and then just goes right the other way. Takes them both out. Just 2 hits. They look easy.
So we now hop over to court number 2, where Shiori Ito and Anastasia Sisoeva are just barely keeping things alive against Alexa Knoll and Maria Paula Vargas. It's 5-3, Miami with the lead, as you see right there in the bottom right corner. And it's also Alexa Knoll currently serving for the Hurricanes, trying to close out this doubles match. And they have a chance to do it. It's currently deuce, so match point here in number 2 doubles to try to even things up across the board in the double slate.
Sisoeva standing back. They're playing conservative.
And Knoll building the suspense for us here. And there it is. A passionate scream from Alexa Knoll, who celebrates with her teammate Maria Paula Vargas. Knoll is back in action, and she earns the doubles win in her 2025 season debut. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It all comes down to number 1 doubles between Knezkova and Komodo, that duo against Nong and Gonzalez, where we're all tied at 4 apiece in the decisive match. And that's exactly where we go right now at Drumlins. All eyes on court number 3. as that shot sails long. And as we sort of had a feel of what was a possibility early on when doubles started, guys, it is truly coming down to the wire here, and it's only fitting that it's the #1 doubles matchup that's going to decide things here.
This is what happens when these two teams meet up. It's a lot of tension. It's a lot of high heat, high pressure situations. These teams don't like each other, Sam.
No, 2 years ago when they met at Drumlin's, one of the most fiery college tennis matches I've witnessed, that's for sure. And in that one, Miami won the doubles point, and then Syracuse went on to win 5 of the 6 singles matches to get the victory and come from behind fashion. So, in one sense, that goes to show you that the doubles point by no means make or break, but it certainly gets you that step up if you can claim it.
Starting off with a nice serve, puts her in the corner. Both players going up into the net, taking the offense, and then finishing it off. No one can get to it.
Game point with Knezkova on serve for the Orange. And that's that. 5-4, Nong and Gonzalez have to hold serve to stay alive. Remember, it's first to 6 wins, doubles just 1 set. In the scenario that Nong and Gonzalez tie it up at 5 apiece, we would go to 7. And then if tied at 6-all, it would be a tiebreak that determines who gets that doubles point.
Yes, that was big for Syracuse. Scoreboard pressure now completely on Miami with their backs up against the wall, knowing that your team needs this. And a split doubles in the 2 and 3 spot. Of course, it comes down to that top spot.
Right, and just to recap how doubles has played out, we're about 40 minutes into the duel now, and in #2 doubles, it was Miami getting the victory 6-3. The same scoreline in #3 doubles, but that went the way of Syracuse with Wojcik and Shastova taking care of business. So that means all eyes on #1 doubles, where we are currently here at Drumlin's, and it's a 5-4 advantage for Knezkova and Komodo, who took down a top 10 duo in the country 5 days ago against Duke. The first time they've ever been paired together, and they're hoping to close things out and get Syracuse that first point of the duel. Oh, and that clips the corner. Are you kidding me? What a shot. Raquel Gonzalez has been impressive throughout this doubles match, guys.
Yeah, she's really a true doubles player. I know she's had a successful single season, but her past success has been the most in doubles. And oh my goodness, just clips that corner. You can't go much further out than that. And Gonzalez is really hard to close out, especially when she's serving, because she serves it so good with that pairing of Nong that's really quick at the net. This is going to be a tough game for Syracuse to finish it out on.
Right, it might be Knezkova and Komodo in the lead right now, but to Riley's point, it will not be easy to close things out. Quickly, 30 love. There you see Paige Yaroshuk, twos, the 24th year in charge of this Miami program, talking to her pairing. And that's beautiful cross-court shot, although there is a debate happening, and the point goes to Syracuse. It was just by the slimmest of margins out of play. Originally, Miami thought it was in. Syracuse said, wait a second, and let's take a look at the replay.
That would be big if it goes Syracuse's direction. Oh, that one is close. That's a hard angle.
That's tough.
And you saw immediately Komodo point her finger saying that was out. They got the call to go their way, so now 30-15 rather than 40 love. And guys, that last point might be something to remember, because in the blink of an eye, it's 30-all.
Yeah, and mentally, if you're Miami, that's so tough. You think you have 40 love and an opportunity to even the score, get it at 5-5. All of a sudden, you're at 30-15, and now the pressure amps up just a little bit.
That was basically 5-5. Now we're all knotted up. 30-all.
And that serve almost struck Knezkova.
Gonzalez a little shaken after that.
Second serve. And that's 3 straight points for Knezkova and Komodo. And it's match point for the Syracuse duo. This for the doubles point at 30-40. Wow.
What a turnaround. If Nelly gets a look at a second serve, expect her to be very aggressive getting inside that baseline.
Miami usually, this doubles pairing, very aggressive. They're going to have to just ease up on it a little bit.
And we play on. 40 all. Still set point, but Nong and Gonzalez stay alive. And so we are getting word that on that point a few moments ago, the chair umpire overruled the Syracuse call, where they said that that ball was out, and looking at the replay, we thought perhaps that clipped the line. It did clip the line according to the umpire, so it is 5-all for clarification there. So now we go to 7 here in this decisive doubles match. And talk about a roller coaster of emotions
Right.
here.
And then what composure there from Nelly at the net at this point. Had a couple overheads, and in tight matches like this, overheads, one of the most simple shots can become one of the most complicated.
But they get Gonzalez serving out of the way. So
Yeah.
for Syracuse, that's an obstacle you face every 4 times. The Gonzalez is going to serve. They get that one out of the way. Now Komodo gets to be in the driver's seat.
And a mishit on the backhand shot to make it 15-all. And all of a sudden, you have to imagine some pressure put back on the Syracuse side, because if they can't hold serve here, Ryan, you're talking about a possibility of Nong and Gonzalez serving for the doubles point.
Yeah, in Miami, I bet Nong and Gonzalez going to be very aggressive if they get this break. Expect maybe some serve-in volleys, a lot of poaching at the net from Gonzalez, who's very talented at the net. Couple big, all Big 12 doubles honors in her career with Oklahoma State before coming here to Miami.
And that's a double fault. Komodo, who her best role in doubles, and Coach Limon will be the first to tell you, is playing at the net, and Knezkova serving. The roles opposite here. That's just how it panned out over the course of now these 10-plus games in this decisive match. And it's 15-30 after the double fault. And we're back level.
We've seen it a couple of times. A little indecisive if Nong wanted to go and take that at the net, or allow it to go by her to Gonzalez. Just a little delayed on that poach.
You see in the background a decent crowd on hand at Drumlin's, bringing the energy. And again, all eyes on this court. This is the last doubles match going, and Komodo bounces back nicely with her service game. It's game point for the Syracuse duo.
Saw Knezkova just kind of erupt with a little bit of a celebration just to herself. I mean, that's the best feeling. Just an unforced error into the net puts you on top, at least for a second. Now Miami feeling a little bit better. They get to face a second serve instead of a hard first.
And another double fault. It's the second one of the service game for Miyuka Komodo. 40 all.
Both have came on the ad side as well. And if you're Miami, you're definitely taking this on the ad side. It's been a little uncomfortable for Miyuka in this, at least the last couple of games for her serving. I mean, this is just absolute.
Those are costly mistakes.
We're still in doubles, folks. How fun has this been? And it's game to Nong and Gonzalez. They break. They get the crucial break. And the Miami pairing is going to be serving for the match and the doubles point. Wow. Yeah. What a twist there.
Komodo, a lot of nerves. You see, this is just a kicker that was pretty much in the center of the box, and that allows Gonzalez to have a good rip on that forehand, and she paints the line on the return and made it very difficult for Komodo to do anything with it. We saw she went right into the net. And Miami now, a chance to completely turn the tide of this match.
So the changeover currently happening, Riley, and what's the mindset for the pairing you see right there, Knezkova and Komodo, who now have to get that break to force a tiebreak?
Well, the mindset has switched because you saw the whole time, yeah, they're up, laughing and smiling. It's not going to be that as many laughs and smiles anymore because now you're down. If you lose this, you lose the doubles point for Syracuse, and Miami would go up 1-0. This is a must-win game. Every single point counts, and so you can't take a point off. You can't, I know you're not serving, but you can't have those double fault type of plays that are just mental errors. Every point locked in.
So serving for the match is Miami. Sin-Yi Nong starts things off on a good note. 15 love. Again, it was Miami who won in number 2 doubles. Syracuse took number 3 doubles. So that's where things stand, where number 1 doubles is deciding who gets that doubles point, as we're almost an hour into this duel and still deciding doubles. Oh, and that's not the return that Knezkova wanted. Nong and Gonzalez are 2 points away from triumph.
All the momentum with the Canes right now. Komodo and Knezkova struggling these last few points.
And there's an ace. Perfect placement from Nong, and 3 match points here for Miami.
Yeah, Nong again, that slider out wide on the deuce side has been great. You see Komodo up tight on that baseline. The way to combat an out wide serve on that deuce side for a righty is get back and try to extend the court. Exactly. Being up on top of that baseline, I was able to get off to her side.
And back-to-back aces to clinch the doubles point. In come-from-behind fashion, Miami wins the doubles point thanks to a great effort by Sin-Yi Nong and Raquel Gonzalez, who take down Nelly Knezkova and Miyuka Komodo 7-5, and Miami has taken the lead in this duel.
Major comeback from the Hurricanes. We saw it. We said it looks like Syracuse is running away with this doubles point. Think again, Miami came back. Don't get too, what's Future say? Don't get too comfortable. That's what happened right there.
That's right. And let's take you through those last 2 serves. I mean, this was perfection, really, from Nong to close out this doubles point for Miami.
Miami, just elite comeback, never giving up.
Singles up next. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. It's 1-0. Miami takes the doubles point. We welcome you back to Drumlins, where Miami has the 1-0 lead in the duel over Syracuse after taking the doubles point in dramatic fashion. We're moments away from getting singles underway, but before that, Riley Underwood spoke with head coach Eunice Limon.
Coach, Miyuka just won ACC Player of the Week. How has she been able to step up her game?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's done a great job this season, just building her confidence more than anything, and really having her game come together and really playing confidence tennis. Was very proud of her on how she played last Sunday, and I hope she can keep it going.
You've changed up your lineups a lot this season. What went into the decisions today against Miami?
Yeah, I mean, Miami, I think sometimes we look at the matchups a little bit, but at the same time, it's hard to predict what the other team is going to be doing with their lineup. So I'm a big believer on controlling what you can control, and I think what we can control today is play with a lot of pride and intensity and energy, and try to defend our home and really not wait for things to happen, but make things happen.
Anastasia struggled this season, but you've stuck with her. How can she get back on track today?
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one match, and we're hopeful. I think she's been working hard, and we look forward for her to get back into it and really step up.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks to Coach Lee Mom for the time as always. Sam Reese alongside Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy here from Drumlins. And guys, the doubles point goes to Miami, but it was Syracuse with all of the momentum early on, Ryan.
Yeah, we saw Syracuse get up 2 breaks on court 3 and then get up an early break on court 1. And then all of a sudden, the momentum really started to shift once the Hurricanes were able to get a break back on that 1 doubles court. They were able to take 2 doubles, and then they were able to pull away at the end. Maybe some nerves kicking in for Syracuse.
It was all Syracuse early. They had it in control, and then Miami just comes back, makes a couple good points, and ends up winning the doubles point. But both teams, some really solid performances on both sides.
Yeah, Gonzalez and Nong really just a strong performance for them, both on the court, but then also mentally. Down a break, you know that this match, or the doubles point, is going to ultimately come down to you. So you got to come out with a big comeback.
And we take a look at the singles lineups. No surprises for Syracuse, but a few changes for Miami, with Alexa Knoll making her season debut.
Alexa Knoll and Miyuka Komodo is the match to watch. I mean, her first singles match back after winning the national championship, so she's used to the big stage, and now in the first ACC match of the year, she gets to go up against Miyuka Komodo, a known giant killer these past few seasons. It's going to be a really fun one to watch, especially after we just saw that electric doubles point.
Yeah, that's the popcorn match of the day. Grab your popcorn. That one is going to be a blast at that top court. Just with how impressive Miyuka has been in the spring was.
And also that number 3 singles match as well. Anastasia Sisaweva, who's 1-6 singles on the air, going up against Raquel Gonzalez, who played in the number 1 spot versus Kennesaw State, moving down to number 3 now.
And it's the first time Gonzalez is playing in that number 3 single spot. To your point, she's played in the number 1 spot last time out. The other singles match she played in before that was in the number 2 spot. So some movement all around as Ogunwale stays in that number 2 single spot for Miami. And of course, the primary focus, as you guys mentioned, has to be here on number 1 singles, as Alexa Knoll and Miyuka Komodo begin battle. Again, Miami took the doubles point, but 6 more points up for grabs. Each singles match, each of the 6 singles matches is worth 1 point in the overall duel. So first to 4 points wins, AKA Miami needs to win 3 of the 6 singles matches to clinch the duel. Syracuse, because they lost the doubles point, has to win 4 of the 6 singles matches, and they are all best of 3 sets. So buckle in, get that popcorn out, as Ryan said, and enjoy the rest of this duel. We're just getting the fun started here after a doubles session that almost lasted an hour.
Also interesting to note for Miami, Daria Volasova is in. She's substituting for Maria Paula Vargas in the singles matchup. It was originally supposed to be Vargas in that lineup, but again, you get about 5 minutes in between the doubles and singles to adjust your lineup. Guess they didn't like what they saw so much with Vargas in that doubles. They substitute the freshman Volasova.
Volasova 0-2 in singles this season.
She was another late addition to the squad.
Yes, a native of Ukraine, was the U18 singles champion in her home country last season, or last year, I should say. So some really intriguing matchups to watch out for across the board, as Komodo is serving against the defending NCAA singles national champion, Alexa Knoll, who was the 8th ranked player in the country, Knoll, when she lost to Zeynep Erman on this very court 2 years ago. You have to imagine that's on the back of Knoll's mind, who is the only player on this Miami roster that was a part of that team 2 years ago. She has to want revenge, even though it's against a different opponent.
She's going up against a player now that watched that match go on. She was one of the 2 players that was on the team in the match where they defeated Miami 2 years ago at home at Drumlins. They both remember that. I know they do.
Oh, yeah.
High tensions, Sam, in that first matchup.
There were. Komodo was number 3 singles that day and came out actually on the losing end. So she was the only singles loss for Syracuse in that duel. That was SU's 2nd ever win against Miami. The Hurricanes are 14-2 all time against the Orange. And yeah, that was a match with passion on full display. Came down to the wire, and that upset of Alexa Knoll was really the story of the season for Syracuse tennis. That's when they reached their peak a couple years ago in 2023. As mentioned earlier, jumping up to 16 in the ITA rankings, but Alexa Knoll earns the early break in this one.
Yeah, I think this match, you look up and down the lineups for both teams, and there's going to be so many competitive matches. You guys were talking about the intensity of the match a couple years ago here between these 2 teams at Drumlins. I think this matchup has the opportunity to be just the same like it was a few years ago, with just the close competition up and down the lineup. And then Alexa Knoll, one of the, obviously, like we talked about, the reigning singles champion, but her first match of the year. So I think for her, that was a big start. And if you're Komodo, you were maybe hoping to jump on her a little bit, but Knoll, it says not today.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable opportunity for Knoll to play in the U.S. Open. For whoever wins the NCAA singles championship every year, you get a wild card spot to the U.S. Open. Of course, one of the 4 Grand Slams at the professional level. And sure, she lost in her first round match at the U.S. Open, but still an unbelievable experience going up against the veteran from Spain, Sarah Ceribes Tormo. It was a 6-1, 6-3 defeat, but still, for Knoll to be competitive at that level, playing a Grand Slam at such a young age, just had to be a moment to remember for the New Jersey native.
She had also won the 2019 U18s doubles title in Kalamazoo, which gave her and her partner, Abby Forbes, an opportunity to get into that U.S. Open main draw.
The reigning national champion, ACC Player of the Year, is off to a good start against Komodo, and that's just an unforced error. You can see the frustration from Miyuka Komodo early on in this one. It's all Alexa Knoll so far. Again, still a long way to go. We're just getting started. But so far, so good for Knoll.
And you mentioned Abby Forbes, Ryan. That's a player from North Carolina that Miyuka Komodo beat back in 2023. She was ranked number 18 in the country that time. North Carolina was ranked number 10. So Komodo even has some history, just the back rooms of the tennis, not even playing on the same college team, but that was a powerhouse duo.
And Komodo now as a senior, that's something head coach Eunice Lamont mentioned, where she's matured so much, especially in singles, and even when she's down in matches like she is early in this one with Knoll having a game point here, she is resilient and doesn't get phased, has the ability to bounce back in matches.
Yeah, we'll see how she can bounce back, because we've just seen some uncharacteristic mistakes from her so far through these first 2 games now. Knoll's applying pressure, but isn't doing anything over strenuous on Komodo. She's just more so kind of beating herself at the moment.
And Noel likes to stay on top of things, whether that starts with the serve. She has a really hard kind of slice spin serve, but then also she likes to attack that ball. A lot of players like to wait until it's about waist level, a little bit higher, but she likes to do it at the height of the ball.
Komodo now serving, and really not desperate, but could use a hold of serve here. And there you go. We mentioned earlier, no let service, and it plays right into the hands of Komodo. Sometimes you just get a little lucky, Ryan, and maybe that's what Komodo needs to give her a confidence boost.
Yeah, that was certainly big for her. Obviously, she'll apologize, but you're not actually sorry. You'll take that 10 times out of 10. And then, like you were mentioning, Riley, about that with Noel flattening out her shot, when she gets that opportunity to get it a little bit higher at her shoulder height, she's able to flatten out, and which provides more power, less spin, like you were mentioning, which is if Noel has an opportunity to take a good swing and a good hack at one, shoulder height, she's going to do it.
And the body language is not great from Komodo in the early stages, consistently shaking her head, frustrated with herself, almost as though she knows she can play at a higher level. You know, no matter the opponent, Komodo knows what she's capable of, and there's a reason her head coach, Eunice Limam, trusts her in this position at the #1 spot. But that goes long, so it's yet another unforced error. And Noel is 2 points away from breaking, and in that case, you're talking about a first set that could be unraveling pretty quickly for Komodo.
Yeah, going down a double break 3-0 to the reigning NCAA singles champion, not the ideal way to start. Yeah, it seems like the levels just dropped a little bit for Komodo from doubles to singles.
There's
another double fault.
Double fault. We saw those come in handy towards the end of that crucial doubles match, and it's seemingly carrying over for Komodo. So is it fair to bring up, Riley, that maybe those service insecurities that could have carried over from doubles into this early on in the singles match for her?
Definitely, and if you notice, it's coming from that same side. It's all coming from the ad side.
Yep.
So an adjustment needs to be made, and it hasn't so far. That was a great shot from Komodo there. Noel gives her props, but it's important to get that serve down. Even if you're missing your first one, you got to make your second one, because or else you're just giving points away. And when you're playing against the national champion, you can't afford to do that.
She can use some of those shots, though.
Yeah, stepping in and being aggressive right on top of that baseline, knowing that she had a pretty good serve. Noel wasn't going to be able to get a fantastic return on it, so step up on that baseline, take some time away, and take a hack. Try to get some momentum rolling.
So, second game point for Alexa Noel. Break point for that matter. And again, it's Komodo having to revert to that second serve. Battle there, and an uncharacteristic mistake from Noel on the down the line shot. 40 all, and Komodo has a chance to hold serve, which maybe wasn't in the cards just a minute ago.
Yeah, that was a big point for Miyuka. Noel had a look at a second serve on that ad side, which you just mentioned, Riley, has been kind of the struggling point for Komodo so far today, and been able to hold in the point and end up grinding down Noel.
And Noel gets the point. She placed that ball right along the baseline, and Komodo was in an unfortunate position where the ball was right under her feet, Riley, as we see the replay, and Noel gets the break.
She's off balance there. Just
didn't get her feet set. And stuff like that builds, it piles. For Alexa Knoll, that celebration, it's not just for herself. She's sticking it to you. She's sticking it to you because Komodo's down 3-0 on the other side. She's hearing it. She knows she's down. She knows she's outmatched. That kind of just rubs in a little bit. And it's about how you respond from that. Do you say, yeah, she's the national champion? Are you just going to continue with that mindset? Are you going to say, she's a national champion. My coach placed me in a position to go up against her. This is where I can turn it around. Because I don't want to see her celebrating anymore.
Sure. We take a look around Drumlins. All 6 courts in action, and it might be early, but it's Miami with the edge. You see number 2 and number 3 singles going the way of the Canes, as is the case in number 5 singles. Syracuse only has the lead in 4th and 6th singles, and remember, Miami also won the doubles point. So the Hurricanes have to be feeling good about themselves early on in singles as we leap a couple courts over. In fact, just 1 court over to number 2 singles, where the freshman Jacqueline Ogunwale of Miami has a 2-1 advantage over Nelly Knezkova, 2-1 early on in the first set of this one. Both players have held serve through the first 3 games.
I love how aggressive Knezkova plays. She does it in doubles too, but you see it more in singles with an opportunity to really crowd that baseline, take time away from her opponents, and really play flat. You got to be ready when you're on the other side going up against Nelly Knezkova, because she is going to try to end points quickly.
That's long from Ogunwale on the first point of the 4th game. Knezkova comes into this one with a 6-1 record in singles. We saw her playing a lot in the number 1 spot early on in the season, 3-1 at that position. But in the number 2 spot, she's a perfect 3-0, and that's where Eunice Limam has put her again today. In fact, in the last 4 duels now, she has been in this number 2 spot and sort of embracing that role. Last season as a freshman at Hawaii, she was part of the All Big West 2nd team. Talk about that jump, transferring from Hawaii all the way to the Northeast in Syracuse. But she settled in quite nicely.
Especially when you're coming originally from the Czech Republic.
Right.
That's 3 changes of culture right there. But she's transitioned very well, especially going from Hawaii to Syracuse. She stepped it up at the end of this past fall. Her and Serafima Shastova really turned into the stars of the fall, and those were 2 transfers that Eunice Limam went out and got, and they've proven that they can play at this level.
To your point, that impressive fall for Knezkova in her first matches with the team consisted of her going 9-2 in singles, 11-3 in doubles. She's from the capital of Czech Republic, Prague, serving at 15 all. And it's additions like that that go a long way, especially in college tennis where, you know, the rosters are small. A couple of years ago, Syracuse only had 6 players on its roster. That's the bare minimum you can have. Now, fortunately for the Orange and Eunice Limam, he has grabbed players like Knezkova out of the portal to extend that roster. Both of these teams today have 8 on their respective rosters.
And that hasn't always been the case. We talked about Syracuse having that problem past couple years. Miami's had that problem this year. One of their matches, they only had 5 active players, so they had to forfeit one of the singles matches.
And that's something Syracuse experienced down the stretch in that 2023 season where, yeah, they had 6 on the roster, but a couple of players injured, and those forfeits were not convenient by any means. So staying healthy a key, and when you have, you know, an 8-player roster rather than 6, it goes a long way helping out as we see that last point won by Ogunwale. Really no chance to get to it for Knezkova. And there's the break from Ogunwale. So that's a massive break for Ogunwale, who will now serve with a chance to go up 4-1 here in number 2 singles. Meanwhile, over in number 1 singles, Alexa Knoll has taken a 4-0 lead. The Hurricanes also have the advantage in number 3 singles currently. So in these top matchups, guys, it's the Hurricanes that are feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, they really jumped on Syracuse, and specifically in this match, Ogunwale has came out aggressive, matching Koneskova's pace with her. And I think Nellie's been frustrated a couple of times. That call gets overturned. Had one in the previous game that I think she didn't like as well. But this will be big for Koneskova. Try to extend points. Usually it's her opponent that's trying to extend points with her, but Ogunwale has came out aggressive. If she gets a sitting ball, shoulder height in the middle of the court, you know she's going to take a big hack at it.
Koneskova's the best on the team in terms of just true singles record. She's only lost 1 on the season. It's been a really good part of this Orange squad this year that jumped out to a 7-0 start to the season.
All in non-conference play, and as is the case usually once those ACC matches start up, the competition ramps up. That's just the nature of how stacked the ACC is for women's and men's tennis every year. And when you consider the additions of SMU, Stanford, and Cal as well, only makes it more difficult. In fact, after Syracuse faces Florida State on Sunday, they'll head out west to face both Stanford and Cal and knock out their West Coast trip. In fact, Koneskova had her best singles performance against Cal last year for Hawaii. Little did she know, she transferred to Syracuse and Cal would be in the Atlantic Coast Conference somehow, and she'd go up against them again.
Interesting how that works.
Yeah, I bet that wasn't on the bingo card for her, but some good memories. A big ranked win for her a year ago.
But the focus right now is on her battle with Ogunwale before that West Coast trip in a week's time for the Syracuse team. And triple break point opportunity for the Czech. That's out. Koneskova comes to the net, and it works to her favor. So a break for break. Koneskova breaks right back, and Ogunwale's lead down to 3-2 as that changeover happens in number 2 singles. Updates around Drumlins. Knoll currently has game point over in number 1 singles, up 4-0 as well. Meanwhile, in number 3 singles, currently level between Sisoeva and Gonzalez, 2-2 in the first set. In number 4 singles, Syracuse has the advantage, as they do in number 6. But over in number 5 singles, where we head right now, it's very competitive. Sinyi Nong has a 3-2 lead over Shiori Ito. Those two players have just switched sides, and it's Nong on serve with the 1-game advantage here on court number 1. Last season, Nong was also, or rather was in the number 6 single spot, up to number 5 this time, was 6 singles against Syracuse in their matchup down in Coral Gables. She took down Inez Font, who's no longer on the team for the Orange. This is Nong's 2nd season with the Canes after playing her freshman year at Iowa State. And an interesting aspect of this Miami team is you have Nong, who played at Iowa State, Knoll, who played at Iowa, and then we've mentioned Raquel Gonzalez, who played at Oklahoma State. A plethora of Big 12 transfers that have made their way down to Coral Gables over the last couple years.
That's kind of what a lot of college athletics is. Yeah, becoming, really utilizing that transfer portal is going to be huge.
Right? Even in tennis, it's becoming a factor.
I saw it with Koneskova as well, moving from Hawaii to Syracuse now. Same with Shastova, too, also a former
Yes.
member of the A-Sun with Jacksonville State.
A-Sun Freshman of the Year as well, and a standout campaign for Jacksonville State, to your point.
Nice job to go back and get that, utilize the slice.
Oh, that's just a mishit on the forehand of Nong. You could see her frustration immediately after. And a break here for Ito could go a long way to level things up in the first set of this number 5 singles matchup. Again, Ito and Komodo, the two veterans, the two seniors on the Syracuse team that were a part of that orange squad that upset the Hurricanes 2 years ago, the last time Miami visited Drumlins.
Beautiful shot. That was hit with some serious pace in the back corner. I don't think Ito was ready for that by any means. She kind of got up. It wasn't like Nong was set. She was just able to kind of widen herself out, jump and hit it, and Ito was not able to return that one. This time she gets her off balance.
Game point for Nong. What a battle there. They go to a deuce 40 all.
Ito's been comfortable going that forehand to forehand with Nong. The deuce side to deuce side with these two righties. For Ito, try to pull her out wide, and then when you get the opportunity, then pull it down the line, go to that backhand side. A big opportunity here for Ito.
That's a misfired slice. There's the break for Shiori Ito. All level at 3 games apiece here in a competitive first set in number 5 singles. What hasn't been so competitive is over in number 1 singles, where it's currently set point for Alexa Knoll at 5 love, but let's hop over to number 2 singles on court 3. Or no, we will go to that match right on cue where Alexa Knoll is up 40-15. 5 love in the first set against Miyuka Komodo. This has been pure domination from Alexa Knoll in this opening set.
Playing just like her old self. Doesn't look like she skipped much of a beat at all.
It might be her season debut, but you're right. I mean, she has picked up right from where she left off. Although Komodo sticking around for at least another point. Set point number 3 on the way for Knoll, who was up 40 love here in the 6th game.
Even for Alexa Knoll, this first set has been impressive, up to her standards against an opponent like Komodo. But if you're Miyuka at this point, you're just trying to grind out points. Let Knoll know that you're not going anywhere. And even if she takes this first set, you're going to stick around for that second set and not go away mentally.
And that sails long from Komodo. So it was a nice effort on the forehand shot, but it went just a little bit long of that baseline. You could hear the triumphant cheer from Alexa Knoll as we take a look at the replay. 6 love. Knoll takes the first set in dominant fashion.
That one was pretty close, but it looked like it just a little bit out.
And so here in number 1 singles, that's the first match to have its first set come to a conclusion, a rather lopsided opening set, but in all of the other 5 singles matches, they're still in progress in the first set, and they're all pretty competitive too. Miami has the lead in 2nd singles, 3rd singles, as well as, well, that's it right now as we go over to the number 6 singles matchup where Monika Wojcik is taking on Daria Volasova. The first time we've checked in on this match, and that's because Wojcik has a 4-1 lead. This is really the one other match where in the first set it's been a little one-sided, but Volasova trying to keep it competitive on serve.
This is that first one. She wasn't expected originally to play in this one. This is just her 3rd singles match overall of the year. She's winless so far in her college career.
She's played at number 4 singles once, and this is her 2nd time in this 6th singles spot. And there you have it, game point to Wojcik, who's now serving for the set. Huh. Oh, wow. That was really a gift for Wojcik. She just got a little too excited, Ryan.
Yeah, had the opportunity, had to go down the line. When you go down the line and got to apply a little bit more topspin, those nets get higher up when you get towards the alleys. So you need to, can't go as flat as you normally would when you go right over the middle of that net. You just need to apply a little bit more topspin, loop that ball over.
Back level though, Wojcik, one of 2 freshmen on this team, as mentioned earlier, and very highly touted recruit as well. 13th ranked in the state of Florida, number 52 in the entire country. Got as high as number 307 in the ITF singles rankings, I should say. 24 wins on the circuit. Won a junior doubles title as well 5 years ago. So this is someone who has been on the radar of many, and especially Coach Eunice Lee Mom, who eventually snatched her.
Wojcik was the 13th ranked recruit in Florida in her class. 1 slot ahead of her, number 12, Savannah Webster of Miami, who did not travel with the team.
Yes. Savannah Webster, an interesting story where she's from Southern California, but to your point, Riley, she spent 3 years at the end of her high school career playing in Naples, Florida at the Gomez Tennis Academy. You mentioned it, did not travel with the team today. She's also the niece of Pete Sampras, who's a pretty big deal, one of the best tennis players of all time.
Just a smidge, just a bit.
Yeah, you know, kind of a big deal. Meanwhile, it's currently a breakpoint opportunity for Volasova. Who is from Chernivtsi, Ukraine, in the western part of the country, not too far from the border of Romania and Moldova. And Wojcik, with ease, wins the point to extend this game. Now 30-40 here in number 6 singles.
Nicely handled there by Wojcik at the net. Did a good job of getting that racket out in front of her. Just carved that ball on the backhand volley. Pulling it out wide. And really nothing that could be done there for Miami.
Volasova for Miami, one of 4 freshmen on this team. Very young squad.
Volasova took a spill.
She did, yeah.
There on the back end right off your screen. Racket flying.
Yeah, she appears to be okay. But hey, that's part of the adjustment you guys were talking about, where Miami's only played down in Florida so far to start the season. Outdoors, sunny weather. They come to Drumlins, an indoor venue. Ball moves a lot differently. The conditions different, whether that's, you know, establishing your footing or whatever. And there you have it. Wojcik cruises to a first set victory in number 6 singles. She entered the day 5-2 in singles this spring, and she's halfway to a 6th singles victory this season. So, of the 2 first sets that have finished, Miami took one of them on number 1 singles. Syracuse took the other in number 6 singles. We now head over to number 3 singles, where Anastasia Sisaweva is taking on Raquel Gonzalez, one of the matchups you said you were looking forward to, Riley. And it's currently a 4-3 advantage for Gonzalez in a tight one as we take a look at the updated scoreboard. Komodo did win the first game of the second set. That's of note. So first game won by Komodo in that match, but it's still all Alexa Knoll so far. Very competitive across the board, though. Wojcik taking the first set moments ago. But outside of that, guys, every match is either tied or a one-game difference in the opening set. This is shaping up to be maybe even more exciting than doubles, dare I say.
This is a very evenly matched matchup between Miami and Syracuse, because Miami is coming in with something to prove after a very disappointing first 5 games, and Syracuse looking to bounce back after a very impressive non-conference schedule and then a disappointing 2 losses in a row. So both teams coming in with a lot to prove, both to themselves and the other team.
Yeah, and I think for Syracuse also to bounce back after that doubles point, it was looking, you were within sight of the finish line, and then you let it slip away a little bit at the top doubles spot, and then it can quickly snowball in singles. You get down a couple breaks on 2, 3, 4 courts, and then just like that, just because you lost the doubles point, you're out of it. But Syracuse has locked back in and has really weathered that storm that the Hurricanes have brought out, and they're very much in this.
That's backhand.
Yeah, really anyone's duel at this point. Sissoeva earns the first point of this game, currently trailing 4-3, and it is Gonzalez on serve. Gonzalez, the only player on either Miami or Syracuse that is currently ranked nationally in singles by the ITA. Of course, that's in large part because Alexa Knoll is playing her first match of the season, or else she would be right up there in those rankings. But since she hadn't played coming into the day, technically speaking, Gonzalez the lone ranked player on either side in singles, coming into the day at 78. That's multiple points won by Sissoeva to begin this game.
Yeah, you don't always see that Sissoeva really almost, she didn't step around her forehand, but could have very easily stepped around the backhand to go to the forehand, but she elected to stay on that backhand side, and it was solid that point, and her backhand is very solid. She can control points, move her opponent around. You can see there's an opportunity right here, can easily step around, tons of time to get to the forehand, elect to stay to the backhand, and then even here again, staying on that backhand side and then just peppering corner to corner.
That almost hit the camera on that serve. A lot of pace from Gonzalez, but couldn't quite put it in. Here's the second serve. Oh, the backhand executed with elite precision, and Sissoeva has several breakpoint opportunities here against Gonzalez at a critical juncture of this opening set.
And Gonzalez tried to pin her in with that first serve, trying to force Sissoeva to kind of move outside, pinned her inside. She did return it though, and from then she recovered and played a very nice point the rest of the way.
And there it is, the break for Sissoeva, and she did it quite comfortably. It's 4-all here in a competitive first set in number 3 singles.
Yeah, Gonzalez is going to have to find a way to get to Sissoeva's forehand. It's playing a little bit backwards than what you normally might think, but Sissoeva's backhand has caught fire in that game. And it can, if Gonzalez keeps going to that backhand side, can quickly turn in the favor of Sissoeva.
At 4-all, it's now Sissoeva serving, native of Sarasota, Florida. who posted a 12-6 record in singles last year, her first season with Syracuse after her freshman campaign was spent at the University of Florida.
She also really held her own in ACC play as well, picking up 7 big singles wins for her. So, you know, she's certainly the type of player to rise up to the competition once you get into conference play.
The last point, Gonzalez really commanded it from the jump. Hitting with a lot of power. Now Sisaweva has a chance to jump back up.
And her aggressiveness pays off. 15 all, you see Eunice Lee-Mom, head coach of the Orange, firing her up, giving her some coaching advice here between points, which is also a unique aspect of college tennis where the coaches are allowed to have much more interaction than what you see at a professional level, where the coaches of the individual players got to stay in their boxes up in the crowd essentially.
That's what leads to the uniqueness of college tennis. A lot of energy. You don't really get that those teammate type style matches in the pro tour. But in college tennis, you get electricity, you get energy, the camaraderie, and like you mentioned, the coaches being able to play a factor in as well, a little bit more so than the pros.
Nicely executed backhand strike from Raquel Gonzalez. Yeah, especially when you get to postseason play as well. That's when the intensity certainly ramps up. And a cool thing about college tennis in general too is in addition to the NCAA tournament for the teams, the team NCAA tournament, you also have separate singles and doubles NCAA tournaments that these players qualify through their individual or doubles performances respectively. So postseason play, a lot of fun in collegiate tennis too.
They've moved it up. It used to be, it would be the team tournament at the end of the season,
right,
and then right after it, you go into doubles and singles. So you could theoretically be in all 3 of those tournaments in back-to-back weeks. Now they've moved the singles and doubles to the fall and the team tournament to the spring, which I think is
logical.
A lot more logical, exactly.
First year they're trying that out.
Yes.
Because when Alexa Knoll won hers, it was in the spring.
It's a great
and
point.
They just had a recent one where Dasha Vidmanova came out on top from Georgia, and that one was at the end of the fall, more toward the winter.
So yeah, technically with that transition happening and that change, there were 2 different singles and doubles tournaments in the year of 2024, to your point, Riley. And Knoll winning that singles title in the spring is what enabled her to clinch that U.S. Open wildcard spot too, which of course every year takes place in early September. Meanwhile, Sisaweva ties things up at 40 all, battling off a break point.
Locked in there. The backhand has been working for her. She's going to stick to it until she gets made to do otherwise by Gonzalez.
Meanwhile, over in #1 singles, Miyuka Komodo is off to a 3-0 lead in the second set. We will keep you posted over there because that's quite the developing story. Meanwhile, how about that shout of excitement that echoes throughout Drumlins as Raquel Gonzalez gets the game to go her way, 5-4.
Gonzalez knows how important her match could end up being. Chance to break at 4-4, and she does, and she lets the emotion out.
Especially when all these
matches, especially in the middle of the pack, are just so close.
And to your point, Riley, let's go around Drumlins to take a look at all those scores. As mentioned, Komodo has flipped the script over in #1 singles. She leads the second set 3-0 after being dominated in that first set. And then everywhere else, it is tight. Arai did gain some separation and won that first set over Shastova 6-3. Serafima Shastova is coming into the day on a 5-match win streak in singles. That'll be something to continue to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, for now, we'll hop over to #5 singles. Shiori Ito against Sinyi Nong. This is on court 1 at Drumlins. And we pick things up with Nong serving for the first set. Well, we picked the right time to go to this match because what a rally that was. It was almost as though each player was waiting for the other to make that unforced error, and eventually Ito couldn't quite get that last shot over the net.
It's a big match for Sinyi Nong, especially. This point could clinch the first set for her instead of forcing them to play 2 more extra ones after this if Ito would win this point.
All 6 singles matches still in action. Miami won the doubles point, so they lead the duel 1-0. But still a lot to be decided in the meantime. And what a point that is from Nong. And we're seeing, no matter what court we go to, guys, especially on the Miami side, when they're winning points, you can see and feel the passion from them. That's the sign of a team that hasn't played in a while and wants to get back to winning ways, Ryan.
Yeah, Nong with a great kicker up the tee, had an opportunity to flatten it out, go down the line, and Nong knows that Ito can really grind out and extend points. So the opportunity to close out that point and close out the set, didn't want to miss it.
6-4, the first set taken by Nong. So currently in the matches in which the first set has concluded, Miami took the first set in #1 singles. They also did so over in #4 and #5 singles. Syracuse did take the first set in #6 singles. Meanwhile, right now, we go to 3rd singles, where Raquel Gonzalez and Anastasia Sisoeva are in quite the first set battle.
In a very similar situation to what we saw with Nong and Ito. Miami with a chance to close out the first set if they can finish these last few points off.
Although Sisoeva hoping to stay alive. If she can break here, that would mean these two would go to 7 points here in the opening set. And remember, if it's 6-all in any given set, they go to a 7-point tiebreak to decide the set. We're not there quite yet, but with how tight a lot of these first sets have been, I feel like we're bound to have a tiebreak.
Yeah, whether it be first, second, or third set, at some point I feel like we're seeing a 7-point tiebreak coming our way.
Oh, Gonzalez fooled her.
Yeah, that was really nice. Going away from her body movement, she hit it cross court when her momentum was pulling her to the left. She opens it up and hits it where they didn't think they were going to get a hit to.
Yeah, really, Gonzalez really fooled Sisoeva there. Opened up the hips like she was gonna go for that down the line shot instead of decided to go inside out. Just completely fooling Sisoeva.
Meanwhile, by the way, over in number 1 singles, Komodo now leads the second set 4-love.
Big turnaround.
I don't think anyone could have seen that coming. Those could be the two quickest sets of the day, but in opposite directions over in number 1 singles. Meanwhile, breakpoint opportunity for Anastasia Sisaweva here in 3rd singles. She gets it. 5-all. They'll play to 7 here in this opening set. It's been a battle between Raquel Gonzalez and Anastasia Sisaweva. Let's leap a court over where Jacqueline Ogunwale is in a battle with Nelly Knezkova.
Knezkova with a chance to win the first set here.
5-4, 40-love. That'll do it.
That was a heck of a job there from Nelly to get out of an early hole in that first set. And now Syracuse. This one gonna be fun as we work our way through the singles matches here.
First set taken by Nelly Knezkova. 6-4 over Jacqueline Ogunwale in number 2 singles. Ogunwale, as you see right there, will try to reset and battle back. Remember, each singles match best of 3 sets. And really none of these 6 matches, guys, are clear-cut as to who's going to win. Even the match we thought would be won easily by Alexa Knoll is suddenly as competitive as ever.
Yeah, it's completely, the script is just completely flipped in that one. And then everywhere else, it just, like you mentioned, it's just been unbelievably close. We've seen both players on Syracuse and Miami's side get up a break, but then it seems like almost instantly the next game or the next couple games, it's right back. And yeah, this is going to be fun. A bumpy road to the finish, but fun.
Here's Miyuka Komodo, who had frustrating body language early on in this match. We were talking about how maybe some of those service issues at the end of her doubles match was carrying over into this one. She's playing, by the way, the defending NCAA singles national champion in Alexa Knoll. The first set, 6-love Knoll. It's currently 4-love Komodo in set number 2. She's serving at 40-all. And there it is. Komodo holds serve. She's taken a 5-love second set lead. Quite the development here in number 1 singles at Drumlins.
I don't think Miami expected this one after that 6-0 start. It looked like it was all joy and happiness for the Hurricanes and Knoll, and now not so much. I think she took that, she took it personally, that first one.
We'll keep you posted on this one as the changeover happens, but let's go back to that Gonzalez-Sisaweva match. And just to give you a perspective on how quickly those first 2 sets have been going between Komodo and Knoll, in this match between Sisaweva and Gonzalez, they're still in the first set
right.
at 5-all, and Knoll and Komodo are 1 game away from being done with 2 sets. You could say that's the beauty of tennis, as Sisaweva takes a 40-30 lead, game point for the junior.
Especially college tennis, just a wave of emotions. And momentum can very quickly turn. It seemed like Syracuse had all the momentum in doubles. Miami takes it back. And then Miami starts out strong. Syracuse answering back here in singles, back and forth.
Point Gonzalez, so 40-all. This is a massive next point. Remember, no deuce in college tennis in the sense that at 40-all, the next point wins no matter what. No ads. And so that puts all the more pressure on really both players to get it done here on this point. And Sissoeva, with the help of the net, or actually it did go long. Okay, second serve on the way, so it clipped the net but did sail just a hair long. It was very. That's long. Wow, what a turn of events. A close first serve, which didn't make it in. And then on the ensuing rally, Gonzalez breaks. It's 6-5 in favor of Miami.
Just like in doubles, Gonzalez fighting for that spot. They're knotted 5 apiece in that one. They were knotted 5 apiece in this one. And both times, Gonzalez comes out on top and gains the advantage. Now she only has to win one. Sissoeva has to win one just to force a tiebreak.
Yeah, Gonzalez too, also able to try to finish it off on her serve, which I'm sure is what's being discussed right now.
Yes, Gonzalez talking things over with Paige Yaroshuk-Tuz.
And they were all business coming in. Didn't even say hello to us when we were over at Drumlin's. Weren't talking to us. We usually have coaches.
They were locked in.
We usually have coaches calls. Did not speak to us before the broadcast. So I think this is not how they've expected the season to go, and especially how that happened 2 years ago against Syracuse. Sour taste in their mouth last time they were at Drumlin's.
I'm sure. Take a look at the single scoreboard. Komodo trying to close things out in the second set to force a decisive third. Really everywhere else, they're pretty much early on in the second set, with the exception of the match we were just at between Gonzalez and Sissoeva, who are battling it out down to the wire in the opening set. But long story short, the scores tell the story, guys, where we don't know what's going to happen. You really can't predict which way this is going to go at this point of the duel.
Yeah, usually you can kind of get a sense early on, maybe a little bit at times, not all the times, but occasionally, get an idea of how this match may be going. There's absolutely no read on this one.
No, not at all. You love it if you're a neutral fan. If you happen to be tuning in here on ACC Network Extra, stumbled across some Friday evening ACC tennis, you found a good one, because this duel is providing some excitement, and perhaps some late drama will be in store from Drumlin's here in Syracuse, New York. Gonzalez serving for the set, but already a little bit of pressure on her after dropping the first point of the game, and now with a second serve coming up. Down the line, it's beautiful from Sissoeva.
That backhand's been working for her. Usually she likes to go cross court. This time goes straight down the line, puts it past Gonzalez, and finishes off the point. You could see by the way that Gonzalez was even cheating on that side, she was expecting it to go cross court. Good read by Sissoeva to notice that and do the opposite.
It's tough to do on the fly as well.
Make it love 40. And we are 1 point away from what we foreshadowed, a tiebreak.
Really hard serve from Gonzalez. She gets able to return it. Gets on top of it. Wins the point.
And there it is. A double fault from Raquel Gonzalez. And that's how Sissoeva breaks. We're going to our first tiebreak of the day in either doubles or singles. It's 6-all, and a marathon first set carries on here in an exciting match in number 3 singles.
It's going to be interesting to see the length and time on court for Gonzalez after that opening doubles. And then with how this one is going, It's going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see how those numbers match out at the end.
I mean, she's already at, what, almost 2 hours on court. That doubles match took almost an hour. We're just around, actually, an hour into singles since that began. And so for those unfamiliar, since it's 6-all, we are in a 7-point tiebreak. So rather than the 15, 30, 40-point system, each point worth an actual point. And you have to win by 2. Trade serves after every odd point, switch sides after every 6 points. And Gonzalez strikes right back to tie things up at 1 apiece.
Gonzalez had Sisaweva running on that one, both sides of the court. She was pretty stable in the middle. Made Sisaweva run to the right. I think I'll make you run right back to the other side. Couldn't get there in time. Good point from Raquel Gonzalez.
And this is the final match still in the first set in singles. All the others pretty relatively early on in their second sets with the exception of a few. Over in number 1 singles, Alexa Knoll has won 2 consecutive games. So Komodo trying to close it out in that second set to force a decisive third. It was 5-love, now 5-2, and Knoll is currently on serve. So a comeback could be in store for the defending singles national champion over on court 3. We'll keep you posted there. Meanwhile, 2-1 Sisaweva in this first set tiebreak. Oh, all the way back at the wall. Really nothing Sisaweva could do as she went crashing into the wall, really, and Gonzalez said thank you very much.
Nice job by Gonzalez of attacking the ball at the net when she got a chance. She could have easily just hit a short volley, taken the safe approach, but wants to finish it off instead.
That's an unforced error from Gonzalez. 3-2 Sisaweva, she holds serve. Now it'll go back to Gonzalez on serve for the next 2 points.
We'll switch sides in between those 2 serves.
Correct.
Maybe Gonzalez tightening up just a little bit. Saw a double fault, had an unforced error there, and a kind of a neutral ball. See how she bounces back here in a big moment.
She can bounce back how she wanted. Sisaweva up 4-2 in the tiebreak. And as Riley mentioned, the changeover will now occur. A chance for Gonzalez to potentially reset, but it's Sisaweva with some of the momentum here, Ryan.
Yeah, Sisaweva with an opportunity here. This next point is going to be very big for Gonzalez. At least trying to get some scoreboard pressure there, make it 4-3, but you get to 5-2, and Sisaweva's got 2 serves upcoming. That makes the hill a lot tougher to climb. But you get a point here, you get it to 4-3. You're very much in this. It's going to be interesting to see where she elects to go on this serve. She's going to try to just kind of kick it in, or if she's going to go big and risk a chance at a second serve look for Sisaweva.
With Sisaweva returning this big serve from Gonzalez, it's one of the biggest points of the tiebreak, because then you get to have a chance to potentially finish it off on your terms.
And she gets it. Oh my, Sisaweva with a beautiful down the line shot. And now an opportunity to serve for the set.
Yeah, she was leaning towards that backhand side and guessed right. She stayed home on this approach shot from Gonzalez. Stayed home on that backhand side and delivered.
I thought she was in trouble when that ball bounced off the net.
Yeah.
Remains stable and finishes off down the line. She knows that was huge. Up now 5-2 in the tiebreak, and now she gets to serve.
We're crossing the 1 hour mark of this singles match right here. And we're still not done with the first set. 2 hours into the overall duel, which got underway just after the 3 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And that was an ace. Remember, no let service in college tennis. And wow, that helped Sisaweva out greatly there because that took a major bounce off the net. Just unfortunate for Gonzalez.
Yeah, what a time for that to come up. Haven't seen it much so far today in both the doubles and singles, but in one of the biggest moments here in the first set.
And there you have it. She follows that up with another point. Sisaweva dominates the tiebreak 7-2, and that's a massive first set victory on the side of Syracuse. And now all 6 singles matches are officially into the second set. Let's go over to 6th singles, where Daria Volasova and Monika Wojcik are potentially approaching the final stages of this match. That is, if Wojcik can complete the straight sets victory. She won the first set 6-1, currently up 4-2 in set number 2.
Wojcik is trying to force her to make a mistake. She does.
Yeah, really utilized that backhand slice to just neutralize the point when it looked like there was an opportunity for Volasova to have an opportunity to come up to the net or end the point. But then that backhand slice from Wojcik just completely neutralizes everything and gets it pretty much right back to square one.
Meanwhile, over in that number 1 singles match, things are getting very interesting because Alexa Knoll has won 3 straight games in the second set. It's now 5-3 Komodo in the second set of that one after Knoll won the first set 6-love. Komodo is serving for the set for not the first time. We'll keep you posted over there. Meanwhile, the focus currently on number 6 singles, where it's been all Wojcik thus far, but a more competitive second set. And right on cue, the point won by Volasova, who has a breakpoint opportunity. Or rather, Wojcik, yep, breakpoint opportunity indeed for Volasova at 30-40.
Volasova not showing any quit. Getting down an early break in the second set after losing 6-1 in the first set. You can easily drift away, but this speaks a lot to her mental game. Staying in it.
It's a lot more competitive than the first.
Oh, that's beautiful tennis from Monika Wojcik to tie it up.
I love that disguised drop shot there from Wojcik. Looked like she was just going to do a backhanded slice, drive it down, but disguised very nicely, pulled the string, went with the drop shot, and nothing that Volasova could do there.
That's a planned 2-shot approach. She planned that 2 steps ahead because as soon as she hit that, she was already moving to that side so she could hit it cross court, just a tap of a volley. Don't have to do much more than that because she knew the Volasova was going to be out of position by the way she made her run up to get that slice shot.
And there is the finish at the net from Volasova. From Wojcik, I beg your pardon, against Volasova to make it a 5-2 second set, and Wojcik can feel it. Victory within her reach.
Like nabs this one out of midair, coming up to the net, finishes it off, and Volasova was trying to track back to midcourt, but then made her switch just too quick. Wojcik comes back. Makes Yunus Lamam a happier man.
Maybe not showing it right now, but he's definitely happy
Yeah,
on the inside.
He's a happy guy.
Oh, yeah. What he might not be happy about is the fact that in #1 singles, it is a competitive second set in the blink of an eye. After winning the first 5 games of that second set, Komodo that is, Knoll has won the last 4. It's now 5-4 Komodo in the second set after Knoll won the first one 6-love. And speaking of scores, let's look at all of them to keep you posted on what's been one of the more competitive duels of the season so far for Syracuse in terms of competitive balance, that is. And what match is catching your eye right now, Ryan, as things stand?
I mean, I think it's got to be that top singles match. I mean, how often do you see a first set finish 6-love,
right,
and then whoever dropped the set 6-love come back, win the first 5 of the next set, and then for Alexa Knoll to respond with almost with an opportunity to get 5 in a row of her own right. I mean, that's just absolutely insanity. And just we've been talking about how college tennis can very much be a momentum swing, or a momentum swing type of sport. We're seeing it on that top court right now.
Yeah, that match has had a little bit of everything. And meanwhile, it's been more one direction in this one. Although Wojcik can't get that second serve over the net. Volasova battling to stay alive here in #6 singles. None of the 6 singles matches have concluded yet, although this one you're watching right now is the closest to the finish line, it appears.
Great slice out wide there from Wojcik, and I like that play. Slice out wide, follow it in on the serve and volley. Even if Volasova gets that back, more than likely there's not a lot of pace on it, and Wojcik is right up there at the net with an opportunity to end the point.
We see it a lot of times in college tennis that it's top to bottom. One team's better than the other. It just ends in a 4-0 win. This is not going to be one of those games. We're going to be going point for point to see who comes out on top. Not that clear cut in this one.
Not at all. And this is what makes, you know, a competitive ACC tennis match is so entertaining. Like this one, there's always a few that Syracuse has that are instant classics, really. And that was the case when these two teams met 2 years ago. Now, Miami won 6-1 down in Coral Gables last year in a more non-competitive matchup. But the last time these squads faced off at Drumlins, it was a battle and a half. And meanwhile, Wojcik continuing to have match point opportunities. The question, can she finish off Volasova right here in this game?
Volasova's kept it close, but Wojcik still in the driver's seat. She gets the serve to close it out.
And she does just that. The duel is all level, ladies and gentlemen. After Miami took the doubles point a little over an hour ago, the first singles match has wrapped up, and it was one-sided from start to finish. Monika Wojcik takes down Daria Volasova by a final score of 6-1, 6-2 to get Syracuse its first point of the duel. It's now 1-all in the duel as we bounce over to first singles, where it's been a roller coaster of a match. Knoll won the first set 6-love. Komodo up 5-4 in the second set, and she misses an opportunity at the net right as we hop over to this match that has been a roller coaster, as I mentioned, really back and forth, because Komodo was up 5-love in the second set at one point, and now Knoll is on the verge of tying it up.
For Komodo, that was just a
a case of getting too ahead of yourself. You have that easy shot, and sometimes the easiest ones are the hardest to make because you're thinking about it so much. You have her where you want her, and then went into the net. Lose the point.
On a big moment like this, let's see how she responds, how she bounces back. Gonna get a look at a Knowles' second serve. Let's see how aggressive Komodo wants to be with it. Or if she'll like to just stay back and get the point started.
Komodo falls down, and an unforced error means Alexa Knoll has won 5 straight games. It's 5-all in what's turned into quite the second set. That's coming down to the wire. The momentum has completely turned back into Knoll's favor.
That backhand slice holding strong and ended up causing Komodo some fits.
Komodo just trying to do a little bit too much. She saw that that forehand cross-court short ball had been working. I think she just tried to get it a little too short that time into the net.
And now the senior is serving for Syracuse, and you can only wonder what's going through her head right now. Up 5-love in the second set. It was just one game. She has been one game away for over half an hour now. And it's just like that, 5-all. That's a good start, though. A rare mistake from Knoll.
That was big to get on the board early in this game. See yourself ahead on the scoreboard. You know, you can dictate. You can swing a little bit more freely when you got that scoreboard pressure on your opponent.
Too much on it. 15-all. Perhaps just a little bit too ambitious there for Komodo, who entered the day, I should say, with a 5-1 singles record. This now her 6th match in the #1 spot out of the 7 singles matches she's played this season. And just last week, 5 days ago against Duke, she took down the #8 player in the country, Arena Belus. So there's not a lack of confidence for a player like her, but it's always going to be difficult against the defending singles national champion. And it's safe to say she's finding that out, down 15-30 here in the 11th game of the second set.
She came out a little bit sluggish in the opening of that first set, got behind quickly. Did a good job to answer back here in the second set, but slipping away a little bit.
I mean, what can you do about that? Knoll might have been off balance, but it didn't matter.
Not much. You can't do much. And when you set it up for that type of shot, just too much power on that one. Hit it right in the sweet spot. No miss hit on that one. Knowles up now.
And that's game for Alexa Knoll. She gets the break, and she's won 6 straight games. It's 6-5 in favor of Alexa Knoll, and she will now serve for the match. We'll go back there in a moment, but with the changeover occurring, let's jump a few courts over to #4 singles, where Serafima Shastova is taking on Ailey Arai. To get you caught up with what's happened in this match, Arai took the first set 6-3, and it's currently match point. She's up 5-2 in the second set.
Nicely handled there by Shastova. Kind of an awkward point to scramble down. Match point, doing a good job of keeping not just the point alive, but the match as well.
Down the line, that's a well-placed shot to now make it 30-40. And that forehand shot gets the job done. Although, no, it landed wide. So it was just a hair wide from Shastova. She came into the day on a 5-match win streak in singles, but that snapped by the freshman Aili Arai. The Japanese native takes care of business in straight sets, and Miami has retaken the lead in this duel. It's now 2-1.
Yeah, that was big for Arai. Shastova, like you mentioned, has been playing so good all this spring and then also in the fall as well.
And there you have it, 6-3, 6-2. Arai relatively comfortable with the win in this one. So Miami has taken a 2-1 lead in the duel. Let's go back to #1 singles, because why wouldn't we? This has been an epic match in its own right. Alexa Knoll versus Miyuka Komodo. Knoll won the first set 6-love. She has a 6-5 second set lead, and she's serving for the match.
Just a bit long.
Here we go, come on, go.
And another one. Alexa Knoll with the rare double fault, and she's now talking in a frustrated manner with her head coach, Paige Yaroshuk-Tuz. And maybe Alexa Knoll getting a little bit into her own head. It's love 30.
Nobody is going to be able to predict how this one's going to play out, just with how it's gone so far here at the 1 single spot.
Nice serve.
And she finishes it off. That's more like it from Knoll.
Yeah, that's a big one too, Riley. You mentioned the big serve and then stepping in, that floating ball right around the service line. The 1-2 serve 1, 2 forehand, point over.
Just powerful, quick hands. Some players need a little bit of time to come around that ball, get a lot of spin on it. Not for Knoll. She can just whip that right around and hit with a lot of speed cross court.
Once again, though, Knoll has to rely on her second serve. And Komodo not with the execution she was seeking. It's 30 all.
I've seen Komodo a couple times in this second set go to that backhand slice, and it's just kind of floated on her a little bit. Doesn't have a ton of feel for that shot at the moment. We've seen it float up a little bit too much, and Knoll has an easy opportunity to really gain control of the point. That one just goes long out of the court.
And Komodo bounces right back. The crowd at Drumlins loves it, and why wouldn't you? It's 30-40, breakpoint opportunity.
Komodo would like to force another tiebreak, which would be the second tiebreak we've seen today. She can win this point off of the Knoll serve. That's exactly where we'll go, where we'll be going to.
But Knoll comfortably has a response. Oh my.
Wasn't looking to serve and volley, but I think she realized that the serve was very tough on the backhand side for Komodo. And yeah, let's just walk up and put this one away.
I mean, on a serve that hard, you got to give props for even getting it back over the net, but it's hard to hit with some power that's not going to lead to an easy shot. On the other end, just dump it off, get a point. Now it's deuce.
And on match point, Alexa Knoll thought she had an ace, but not so fast, says the chair umpire. It was long. Second serve coming up. And that's the clincher. Alexa Knoll celebrates and wins 7 unanswered games in the second set. The defending NCAA National Singles Champion gets a victory in her season debut. 6-love, 7-5. She takes down Miyuka Komodo, and Miami takes a 3-1 lead in the duel. All the Hurricanes need is one more singles win to clinch the duel. Meanwhile, for now, we'll hop over to the matchup between Jacqueline Ogunwale and Nelly Knezkova.
I think Knezkova's looking to not make this match be over just so quickly because she's in the lead on Ogunwale in this one. She won the first set 6-4. Now she's leading 5-2, one game away from putting Syracuse within 1 point of Miami.
So 3 singles matches are still taking place, 3 in the books. And of the 3 singles matches left, Syracuse has to win all of them to take this duel. Miami just needs to win 1 of the 3 left in progress. And as Riley just mentioned, Knezkova, and as you see right there on your screen, is 1 game away from winning this match. Elsewhere, Sissoeva has a 7-6, 2-1 lead over Gonzalez for Syracuse. But then Miami, in number 5 singles, has the lead. Nong over Ito, 6-4, 5-4, and right on cue, that's where we go, because Nong is serving for not only the match, but the entire duel. Much needed point for Ito. And Ryan, do you think in this situation, Coach Eunice Lee-Mom and potentially other members of the coaching staff have let Ito know the importance of her match right here? Or is that something you don't tell the player because that could be something that gets into her head a little bit?
I don't think you tell the player. I think Ito knows just from having the 6 courts all on a line. So she's got an idea knowing that she needs to lock down here. And I think if you're Ito, you don't want to be aggressive. You don't want to make any unforced errors, make any silly mistakes. You just want to become a brick wall and see if Nong is going to capitalize on the opportunities when she has, or maybe if she's going to tighten up a little bit. And that's where, if you're Ito, no unforced errors and just play a rock solid. Don't need to have any crazy shots, but get these balls back. Extend points.
Just be a brick wall. Just bounce those balls right back. Make Nong make the mistakes.
And right on cue, Riley, Nong makes a mistake. It's love 30, and Ito has a little bit of momentum on her side right now. Syracuse needs it, because if Nong wins this set, it's all over and Miami wins the duel.
Something that Shiori Ito's really developed over her 4 years in the Syracuse program is just being patient. I mean, I think a lot of players, especially when you're going from high school to college, you're used to being so good that you can play super aggressive. You can hit on your terms. But something she's learned is just to be patient, attack when you can, but still take your time and watch how the point plays out.
And another unforced error from Nong.
Yeah, 3 points and 3 unforced errors on the forehand side from Nong. And I think that's an indicator if you're Ito. You're like, okay, let me get this serve back. I don't care where it's going. I'm just going to get everything back, and I'm going to make Nong beat me.
Several breakpoint opportunities for the senior Shiori Ito. What a point, and Ito breaks. 5-all second set, and Syracuse is not going down without a fight.
What a game from Ito, just so strong from the baseline. Wasn't gonna make any mistakes, she was able to get to the ball. That thing was going back over. This was a tough slice right here. She did a good job of getting it deep.
And then a fist pump from Coach Lamar. Putting the exclamation point on that big victory, not in the back up. 5 apiece. Syracuse staying alive.
It's not over till it's over. It's especially true on this afternoon at Drumlin's. And Nong trying to just reset mentally as well, because Ito has the chance on serve to retake the lead here in this massive second set. Meanwhile, over in number 2 singles, Knezkova still attempting to close it out against Ogunwale. 6-4, 5-2 over there. We'll keep you posted. Too much on it from Ito. Just like that, love 30.
Ito, I like the idea there to be aggressive in that situation. You were able to get deep in the court. Just pulled it a little too much down the line. That one maybe you kind of go more so for placement over power and then come up to the net, because you got Nong on the back foot if you do that. Don't need to hit a winner on the approach shot. That's what the volleys are for.
Oh, man. That was a matter of inches from getting over the net, but instead love 40. See the reaction from Nong. She knows that she has a golden chance right here.
So keeping the ball really low on those shots.
That one shanked by Nong. So the game continues for now. It's now 15-40.
Nice job by Ito on that second to last shot. Very close to being out. Elect to play it, which I like. And then the very next shot ended up being a shank in the alley from Nong.
that's just too difficult for Ito to return back. It's well played by Sinyi Nong, and she takes it. It's now 6-5 in the second set, and Miami is 1 game away here in this singles match from taking the duel.
Sinyi Nong opened herself up to hit it in the corner, and although Ito couldn't return it with a lot of power, Nong was in the position to go every which way if she needed to, and Ito hit a strong shot, whether it was straight away or cross court. Nong was ready for it. Ended up she didn't really have to be.
So let's update you on where things stand. Miami won the doubles point. They have also won 2 of the 3 singles matches that have gone final. There's 3 singles matches still in action, and you see the scores of them. Number 3 singles as well as number 5, which we were just at, and number 2 singles. So it seems like Syracuse is on its way to victory, potentially in number 2 singles. Number 5 could be going the way of Miami. Number 3 completely up for grabs at this stage. And remember, the Hurricanes just need to win 1 of these final 3 matches left, and the duel will go to them.
Yeah, this it's going to be very interesting if Ito can somehow come back and pull this one out, because then Miami's got some tough conversations to have with still with those 2 matches left, but a potential. Those 2 matches potentially going in the way of Syracuse. Obviously, Sasueva's match still very much up for grabs, but it looks like Nelly's got a chance to close that out. So this is uber important for Miami.
Massive right here. And it's a double fault to start off the service game for Nong. Right when you think one player has momentum, it seems like the other just snatches it right back, whether that's due to an unforced error or something else.
Again, missing the serve.
3 straight. That's one Ito would love to have back. 15 all here. Meanwhile, it's match point over on court 4 for Knezkova at 6-4, 5-3. Keep you updated there. Meanwhile, this match also incredibly important. And Knezkova has closed it out. So the cheers you heard in the background were Knezkova closing it out against Ogunwale. 6-4, 6-3 the final. Miami now leads the duel 3-2. 2 singles matches remain, including this one. An incredible point, and give it to Ito. 15-30, you can just feel the suspense here at Drumlins.
Ito digging deep on that point. Just trying to be scrappy. Make Nong beat her and get everything back that you can. See if Nong doesn't tighten up just a little bit. We saw it on our last service game, and then Nong was able to break back, and now Ito trying to make it 3 in a row.
It's wide. 15-40. Nong perhaps protesting that the original return didn't make it in play. The chair umpire disagrees. Break point for Ito.
Ito trying her best to force that tie break. force ultimately a whole nother set.
No tie break yet. Now 30-40 in this incredibly crucial second set. And the only other singles match still happening over in third singles. Sissoeva won the first set 7-6. She currently trails Gonzalez of Miami 4-2 in that second set. You can see it happening on the court next door. Oh, and it's missed at the net by Ito. What discipline by Nong, and it's 40-all.
What a comeback by Sin Yi Nong. Started off, she popped one way up in the air toward the rafters, and then just, you said it, Sam, the discipline to be able to hit that slice shot right where she wanted it. Ito had to run up for it. Eyes on the prize.
And Ito holds strong. How about it? The suspense is continuing to build here at Drumlins. 6-all. We are going to a second set tiebreak, and this duel is not done just yet.
Look how close this was, right on the line. Right on the line from Ito, living on the edge.
Wow. Sheriff Judge had to have some wide eyes to see that one. Just barely.
Nong was a point away from ending the duel, but we roll on. Over 2.5 hours into the duel. We hope you're sticking with us here on ACC Network Extra. This has been a thriller at Drumlins. In Syracuse's third ACC match, Miami's first. And a little misfortune there for Nong gives Ito the first point of the tiebreak. Remember, in the tiebreak, 1 to 7 wins. You have to win by 2. If Ito wins the tiebreak, we would go to a decisive third set. If Nong wins it, this match is over and the duel will be clinched by Miami. Nong strikes right back. It's 1-all now early on in the tiebreak.
Both Nong and Ito living dangerously close to the line. Not a whole lot of margin for error.
And that's out, so Nong wins back-to-back points there, 2-1. She holds serve. Ito will serve the next 2 points. Switches off who's on serve after every odd point in the tiebreak. Meanwhile, over on court 2 next door, after Sissoeva of Syracuse won the first set 7-6 over Gonzalez, it's now 4-3 Gonzalez in the second set. These are 2 really tight matches that remain in singles. And that's a complete misfire on the return by Nong to make it 2-all.
And Nong just framed it on that one, and just as simple as it sounds, that's just a case of taking your eyes off the ball and looking towards where you're hitting it. And now 2-2 in the tiebreaker. Keeping it tight, keeping it close.
That's been the story, hasn't it? Long.
Just barely missed from Ito, but in these pressure situations, he can maybe lock up just a little bit. Don't have as much fluidity on the forehand. Not enough top spin to drag that one down. Just pushing it a little long. Now an opportunity for Nong. She can hold her serve. Try to get some distance over Ito.
Ito is arguably a better on the return side than the service side. See if she can capitalize.
Oh, one of the better points you'll see all day long. That deserves a big round of applause, and Ito gets it from her head coach, Eunice Limam. 3-all as the players switch sides in an intense tiebreak.
Shiori Ito wins the point, but it's arguably a more impressive point by Sinyi Nong just running back and forth. Somehow, there was a couple of those, I was like, I don't think she's gonna get that. There's no way, but then she just goes right back at it. But Ito, again, in control of that point. She was just waiting at the net, and ultimately, she did it. She won the point. Now they switch sides, all even.
And you can see Syracuse head coach Eunice Limam moments ago talking with Shiori Ito, then turning around to face the other court and focus on what Anastasia Sisaweva is doing. She's in a tight second set with Raquel Gonzalez. Again, Miami just needs to win one of these last two singles matches remaining to clinch the duel. Syracuse has to win both, which is still a possibility as we close in on hour 3 of this epic duel. Into the net from Nong. And Ito has retaken the tiebreak lead. And not only that, at 4-3, Nong a bit frustrated, and Ito the one who seems more calm in this particular moment.
Nong's had a couple opportunities to close this out on her serve, wasn't able to do so. Ito kept battling back, forcing this tiebreak.
And another unforced error from Nong on the return. It's 5-3 Ito on serve as well. She's 2 points away from sending this thing to a third set. And remember, Nong had match point about 5 to 10 minutes ago. I don't know, time is a lost cause at this point. We're almost 3 hours in, and this has been so much fun. It's felt like it's been way less than that.
Time flies, Sam, time flies.
Oh, it is.
Nice shot.
Bad time to find the net court if you're Shiori Ito. Just bad luck there. Nong with the easy opportunity. I like that from Ito though. Staying home, guessed right. Still trying to track it down. Every point so crucial.
5-4 Ito, but Nong serving for the next 2 points. Here in the second set tiebreak. Point Ito. 4-6. She's 1 point away from bringing us to a third set.
Shiori showing a lot of fight in this match and in this tiebreaker, coming back to force it. 10 points to go.
Maybe a slight gamesmanship here. Nong tying her shoelace, making Ito wait a bit longer. Oh, so much power on that strike from Nong, and we carry on in the tiebreak. It's 6-5.
Nong had two choices right on this ball here. She could have easily went up and attacked it and took the chance, but instead she stays back and still hits a winner instead.
Yeah, just slugging from the baseline there from Nong. Still the work to be done. Ito with a chance.
And did you say you wanted a third set? Because you're getting it here in number 5 singles. 7-5, Ito takes the tiebreak, and we roll on here in a marathon duel that continues to provide more and more drama as we get deeper into the evening. Ito, moments ago, shaved off a match point opportunity that Nong had that would have clinched the duel, but instead we carry on. And there you see, moments ago, Raquel Gonzalez just won the second set. So man, ladies and gentlemen, this duel is at least going, I would predict, a half hour longer, because on both third singles and fifth singles, the two matches that remain, we're going to a final decisive third set. This is what it's all about.
And Miami still only needs to win one of the two. Syracuse staying alive in this one thanks to Shiori Ito forcing that third set. Now it's all up to either of them because they're starting fresh at 0-0. There's not one match that started ahead of the other, so they're both competing for time, competing for that final point. Miami needs in the two final points that the Orange need.
Yeah, Ito digging deep in that tiebreak and all throughout the latter half of that second set, because she knew what was standing in front of her. She knew that they were down 3-2, and that once Nong kind of got closer to the finish line, Ito knew she had to lock down even that much more, and she did just that. And really impressive showing from Shiori at the 5 spot to force a third set.
Again, it's Sam Reese with you alongside Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy. If you've been with us since 3 o'clock, hats off to you, because this has been easily the longest duel of the season so far for Syracuse. It's been a fun one too, but in case you have joined us recently, just to recap a little bit of what's happened. A couple hours ago at this point, in what was a pretty long double session, Miami took the doubles point in come from behind fashion by winning 2 out of the 3 doubles matches. And then since then, with singles, 4 of the 6 singles matches are in the books. Alexa Knoll took down Miyuka Komodo 6-love, 7-5. In number 2 singles, Nelly Konezkova of Syracuse defeated Jacqueline Ogunwale 6-4, 6-3. Then in number 4 singles, Serafima Shastova of Syracuse fell to Ailey Arai 3-6, 2-6. And in the other completed match, that was in 6th singles, where Monika Wojcik took down Daria Volasova 6-1, 6-2. I hope you got all of that, because that's got us to this point where Miami leads the duel 3-2, and the 2 matches that remain, 3rd and 5th singles, are both beginning their third sets essentially simultaneously as we speak. Nong and Ito, as you see right now, getting this third set started.
What a shot from Nong to stay alive. And that backhand on the run going cross court. Really, it seemed like had no business winning this point. Ito looked like she was in prime position. And then a nice backhand cross court there from Nong.
And even though we're into a third set after both of these players and the players still playing in the other singles match played a set of doubles, it honestly doesn't seem from, our perspective anyways, is it fair to say that fatigue has been kicking in too much yet? There's still a lot of energy on the court from both sets of players.
Yeah, both matches that are going on right now. I mean, this is a game between these two squads that you really want to win for your own team. A lot to play for on both sides. I don't think they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. That toss was way behind Dong's head. Tried to get some spin on it, just a little too aggressive on the toss.
Yeah, and the first thing you'll notice if fatigue becomes a factor is in the serve. Still really haven't seen it from anyone on court yet, where their legs are starting to give out a little bit and not as much power. Pretty much up and down the board. It's been a very unfit match for the last 4 remaining on court.
And credit to us for still having our voices too. But much tougher task for the players out there. We're just doing the talking. That's well played by Nong at the net to even things up at, or rather take a 40-30 lead. And you just have a feel, especially in this match, even the other one still happening between Sisueva and Gonzalez, that the nature of how both of these matches have played out, it's going to be point for point, neck for neck, a battle like that.
Yeah, and that was a nice drop shot by Sinyi Nong. Right on the line. Knotted up. 30 all.
Make it 40-30 now for Nong, who is serving for the game.
I think Sinyi Nong really noticed the importance of that point. You hear the loud "come on."
And there you saw Alexa Knoll and some of her Miami teammates watching through the window, which you can see in the top right corner of your screen. That's the Drumlins lobby where some of the Hurricanes players have migrated to cheer on their teammate Sinyi Nong. It looks like Alexa knows she's on camera now. That's a good perch right there, by the way. A good vantage point to watch some tennis. I can tell you from some experience at Drumlin. It's a good spot if you can pick it out. Especially, obviously, on this court 1. And it just so happened to be that the last 2 singles matches left are on courts 1 and 2. So all of the attention is on this side of Drumlins. And that down the line shot clips the line. Oh, wait.
I don't think it did.
Oh boy.
A heated moment, and it looks like they've awarded the point to Nong after conversation with the chair umpire. Ooh, wow.
I think it was originally ruled to Syracuse.
So we're still awaiting official word. As things just got absolutely heated, they've given it to Ito. There you have it. Shiori Ito wins the point. Miami was immediately claiming that was in, and you could tell both coaches were heated. And if you were tuning in 2 years ago to when these two teams faced off at Drumlins, maybe a little bit of a flashback there in terms of the passion on display from both teams.
Now I wonder if there was a point penalty or anything during that changeover, because they're starting first point on the ad side.
You're right. That's a great point by you, Ryan.
So whether it had been Ito or Nong or maybe one of the coaches.
It's overstepping their boundary a little bit.
We'll try to get clarification on that. And it does appear as though a point penalty was assessed. It is now 15-all, to your point, starting on the ad side. Plenty of drama at Drumlins, folks. If you thought this was going to be a routine duel, think again. And Ito with one of her better shots of the match, and that's saying something as we go into this third set. And we are getting word that they actually did indeed give that first game of the set to Sin Yi Nong. So they ruled that that shot, as close as it was, did clip the line. And so it is the Hurricanes with the lead early on in this set. Meanwhile, Ito with a game point opportunity. Just more twists and turns on a wild ride, specifically here on court one.
So that means that both courts that are still in play, Miami has taken a 1-0 lead in this third set.
That's right, Gonzalez over Sisueva on the court next door. That's shanked. And Ito holds serve, 1-all, third set. Meanwhile, Sisueva over on the other court is 1 point away from tying it up at 1-all. And we mentioned earlier, moments ago, about the controversial point. And from this perspective, guys, it does seem like, even though it's pretty far away, that it did clip that line.
It just looked like on the outside of that left sideline. Looked like it just clipped.
That's all it takes.
And that was to clinch the first game of this set. But then Ito held her serve moments ago, and that's where we stand now. 1-all, third set. And keep in mind, the two singles matches that remain are about 2 hours in, respectively. They both got started right around 4 o'clock after the doubles began at 3. Ito at the net, gets the job done. Love 30. A couple of points right away against the serve of Nong. And that's got to make Eunice Limam and any Syracuse fan happy about what they're seeing.
That was a really nice sequence from Shiori Ito. She really made a conscious effort to get under the ball and hit with a lot of topspin until she works her way up to the net and finishes it with another forehands with some topspin on it. Up now 30 love.
Oh, and right when it felt like Ito was in a groove, her return strikes the net. We're into the 6 o'clock hour now, and we're still going strong here at Drumlins on ACC Network Extra. Sam Reese alongside Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy. Scott Hansen does 7 hours of commercial-free football. We're going on 2 hours of commercial-free tennis here on ACC Network Extra. And that's just completely mishit by Nong. It's 15-40.
Yeah, every point, we've talked about it, this is going to be an every point back and forth type of ending on these last 2 courts. And Ito painting that baseline. She's fired up.
Break point. But Nong is not going away here in this third game of the third set.
Sneaky serve and volley play on that deuce side against a righty. Go out wide, pull them out, make the return tough, and then you're right there at the net to control.
Ito was in control of this one now. Nong creeping back.
Oh, Shiori Ito, how do you do? That was an unbelievable return, and she breaks 2-1. Shiori Ito on top of Sin-Yi Nong here in the third set, and she'll serve the next game. Just absolutely nothing Nong could do about it.
I mean, that might be one of the better shots we'll see today, especially when you factor in the time of the match it came in at 30-41 all in the third set with a chance to break.
And there you see all of her teammates cheering her on, with the exception of Anastasia Sisaweva, who's still on action on the court next door. She is in a battle of her own against Raquel Gonzalez. One set apiece in this match as well, and it's currently 1-all in the third set, but game point for Sisaweva. And remember, Anastasia Sisaweva entered today with 4 consecutive singles losses. Wouldn't it be quite the statement if she can get the job done here against a very quality opponent in Gonzalez? Oh, but quite the return from Raquel Gonzalez to make it 40-all.
Just eased up a little bit. Too much on that second serve, left the door wide open for a strong return from Gonzalez, and she gave it to her.
Yeah, that ball just bounced right in the middle of the service box, right on the easily on the forehand side for Gonzalez. And she's not going to miss any of those.
Syracuse coach Eunice Lee Mom comes out to talk with Sisaweva. And that was interesting. Sisaweva almost froze in her tracks. Rethought something. Now she's ready to go. Point Gonzalez, and she breaks. So we had a break for Syracuse on the other court, a break for Miami on this court, and Gonzalez takes the 2-1 third set lead over Sisaweva.
Just back and forth, back and forth. Gonzalez ends up coming out on top in that one. She's pumped up on the baseline after that Sisaweva ball went just wide.
Strong reaction from everyone competing right now, and the Syracuse and Miami sidelines as well. Everyone hanging on to every single point.
Let's go back over to court one, where Nong is trying to fight back against Ito. Ito on serve up 2-1 in the third set. For those of you just tuning in, Miami leads the duel 3-2 over Syracuse. Remember, 1st to 4 wins, so the Hurricanes just need to win one of these remaining matches. Syracuse has to win both on the other hand. And oh, by the way, this duel started at 3 o'clock.
Miami's had chances to close it out. They've had chances to gain that final point. But Syracuse just hasn't let it go.
And Nong had a match point, what, about an hour 15 minutes ago, hour and a half?
Feels like that.
Yeah.
And this might not be a match point, but it's a break point chance for Sin-Yi Nong after Ito broke moments ago. Oh, and Ito bites right back.
Beautiful shot. She recognized that Nong was coming up, approaching. She just hit it right past her on down the line with the backhand.
Now 30-40 in the fourth game of this decisive third set. Another high quality point, but it results in an unforced error from Ito. So back-to-back breaks, and we're back on serve. 2-all, third set.
These two teams are so evenly matched. We're just going point for point, game for game. Nice slice shot to set up the miss by Ito. Not to back up, 2 games apiece in the third set. She knew that one right as it left her racket.
It seems like who between Nong and Ito will be the first one to be able to hold serve, which you never seem to normally hear about, but with the way both have been returning in this match, all throughout the match, it's been very impressive to see.
That's long from Ito. Meanwhile, over on the other court, Raquel Gonzalez just held serve to take a 3-1 third set lead over Anastasia Sisaweva. So the odds in favor of Miami at the moment, but they have been for the last hour plus, really. And we're tied again.
Nong getting a little more aggressive these last few points.
And there you see, bottom right corner, the score mentioned moments ago. Over on the court right next to this one, Gonzalez with the 3-1 third set lead over Sisaweva. Sisaweva's gonna have to break at some point over there. And remember, the Orange have to win both of these singles matches that remain. So if one of them is won by Miami before the other concludes, we'll already know the duel has been decided. But if a Syracuse player wins one singles match that ends before the other, then it'll all come down to that last match remaining.
Oh, Nong, just unforced error. That's the name of the game we've been seeing in this one, a number 5 singles.
And nicely set up by Nong to force the high ball right there from Ito, and this should be end of the point right there. Chose to take a swinging volley, which I like in that opportunity when the ball is high enough and close enough to the net, but just didn't finish the job.
Well, she had the chance to keep on going, but she chose to play on her feet. She chose that shot to take and just didn't get it high enough.
Oh, Ito frozen in the middle at the baseline, and it's 30-all. The trading of points just continues to occur. As you see the teammates of Sinyi Nong cheering her on for Miami.
It's left her frozen. Back at 30 apiece. Nice shot.
Ito fires right back. I mean, This is unbelievable here.
Corner to corner on that point from Ito. Down the line. And send this one back the other way across court.
It's a tough shot, especially with your arm at that angle. It could be easy to overshoot it and go out a little bit if you're not hitting down so much on it, but it was a nice job to get it in the court of play to get the point. Have the leg up. That's decisive for him.
And there you have it. How about another break? It goes the way of Ito this time, and she reclaims the third set lead 3-2 here on court number 1. Meanwhile, on court number 2, it is looking really good for Miami. Raquel Gonzalez has taken a 4-1 third set lead. So over there on court 2, the Hurricanes are 2 games away from officially clinching this duel. So no matter what type of fight Ito puts up on court 1, if Sisueva can't come back in this match right here, it's a lost cause for Syracuse.
Yes, Sisueva and Gonzalez been battling it out. Gonzalez so strong, and just what a huge addition she has been for Miami. Has really kind of been holding down the top spot of that lineup for Miami until Alexa Nolas came back.
Sisueva, she's looking to bounce back after a rough first start of the season. And for Raquel Gonzalez, she kind of took a step up in the competition she's playing, if you want to put it that way, because she was playing in the number 6 spot at Oklahoma State all year. She had a really good year, 7-1 in that position. But now, before Alexa Knoll came back, she was primarily playing in the number 1 and 2 spots, bumped down to number 3 for this one with the addition of Knoll. She's playing some good tennis. She has been past few years. Junior now.
To your point, the first match for Gonzalez in singles this spring in this number 3 spot after playing in first and second singles previously. And she's quite comfortable right now in this third set.
Yeah, it's a big serve to open up. Down, Sisueva down. A double break. Pressure fully on Sisueva right now.
And right when Sisueva could have used a mistake like that from Gonzalez, she gets it. The double fault knots things up at 15-all.
Three missed serves now in a row for Raquel Gonzalez. A little uncharacteristic.
And that's 4. She just double faulted again.
Pressure building up a little bit, knowing you have that huge lead. And maybe focus goes away just a little bit.
Read the lift. She's saying to her coach, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why is this happening? See if she can make an adjustment.
Oh, it's wide. You could see the idea from Gonzalez, but she couldn't put it in play. That's 3 straight points for Sisueva. Break point chance now.
Forced it a little bit. It looked like she had the whole open court to work with to go across court. Maybe Sisueva was shooting a little bit more center than I initially thought, but still went with the higher risk shot, tighter angle, not a lot of room to work with, and she pushed it wide.
Oh, the drop shot to perfection. Gonzalez keeps things going here in this game. You can see she's receiving maybe some harsh instructions from her head coach, Paige Yeroshuk-Tuz.
Gonzalez seems like she got her serve back now. This past couple points have been pretty easy. Oh my goodness.
Was that in? Oh, the line judges ruled it wide.
Oh no. That one was close.
Oh.
Let's get the slow-mo angle. Oh, that one looked like it nicked it.
Oh, man.
Oh.
That's as close as it gets. Fine margins. Deuce. And a double fault.
Wow.
That's how the game comes to an end. Wow. That was one of the more wild games we've seen, and we've seen a lot of them today. 4-2 Gonzalez. Sisaweva just got the break she so desperately needed.
You got to think, if you're Gonzalez and you go up 5-1, it's not over, but you are right there. You've got Sisaweva on the ropes, and then some mistakes, serving up 4-1. It's a little bit of an opportunity now for Sisaweva, still down a break.
Not the start to this next game that Sisaweva wanted. Love 15. Meanwhile, over on court one, it still remains 3-2 Ito in that third set. However, Nong has a break point opportunity as we speak. So we'll keep you updated over there, of course. Back level.
That one works. Sisaweva's been serving with a pretty nice flat serve. It's been working. That last one, she really put it in the corner. Kind of puts Gonzalez in a tough spot when you hit that back corner. That time it does, and it works in her favor.
You can see the entire Syracuse team that finished up their matches a long time ago, it feels like, cheering on their two teammates that remain in action. And keep in mind, these two singles matches are approaching 2.5 hours now, after they played a set of doubles. And Sisaweva is back in the lead this game. Meanwhile, over on court one, Ito just held serve. Nong had a couple of break point chances, but it's now 4-2 Ito over on court one.
So Ito putting the Syracuse advantage and point within reach. Sisaweva's got to take care of business here. On the half point, she does.
Game point.
How many close net courts are we going to have? Some close calls on the line. And this would be huge for Sisaweva to go from 4-1 down, to get a couple games here, get a break and hold your serve, and really make Gonzalez, put Gonzalez under some pressure.
A golden chance to do that right here. During that point, we almost had interference from the other court, but it doesn't matter for Anastasia Sisaweva. She holds serve. It's now 4-3 Gonzalez, but Sisaweva has won the last two games.
To take that one out of the air is so difficult with the backhand, and to do it so accurately, that's a really impressive shot from Anastasia Sisaweva. She was waiting for it, and bang, puts it in the corner, wins the point for Syracuse.
You need perfect timing on that backhand swinging volley from a little behind the service line. Unorthodox shot. But she timed it up perfectly, and look out, Gonzalez now under some pressure.
Yeah.
All right, so a changeover on court 2 happening, so let's go back to court 1. Sinyi Nong against Shiori Ito. And Ito has a 4-2 third set lead. Nong currently on serve with more or less a game she has to hold serve in, or else Ito would have a chance to close it out. Oh, off balance and all. And it's 30-15 Nong.
Yeah, off balance, and Ito got a little jammed as well on that forehand side. Wasn't able to get the extension she wanted, and like I mentioned, Sam, a little off balance, and that could easily cause that.
First serve long, so Nong has to be a bit careful here on the second service. And the point goes to Ito. Make it 30 all here on court 1. The Orange trying to stay hopeful here. Again, they've been playing from behind in this duel for a couple of hours, really, at this point. That's nicely executed on the forehand. Game point for Nong.
That play go right back to that forehand corner of Ito. She's going to be leaning a little bit to the backhand side, and then Nong executed that to perfection on that forehand.
Wide.
Back up at 40 apiece.
Of course. What else would the scoreline be? That's just how this entire match has been. Meanwhile, over on court 2, it's 30 all in their game, with Gonzalez serving up 4-3. Here it's Nong serving down 4-2.
It's a big point for this match right here.
Oh, it sails long, and rather than an opportunity to serve for the set, Nong comes within 1 of Ito. It's now 4-3. And let's quickly go over to the other match. Gonzalez-Sisaweva, guess what the score is there? If you guess 40 all, you'd be correct. And right as you think 1 point can't be more massive than the last, no matter what court we're talking about, it continues to reign true.
It even goes back to the first ever point, the doubles point. Oh, it's so important, it turns out.
Big time. And there it is. Sisaweva has broken again. It's 4-all. She's won 3 straight games and will serve with a chance to take the lead here in the third set. Her teammates love it, and this duel just gets better and better. I mean, you can't write the drama that we've seen here at Drumlins. It's been unbelievable.
Anastasia Sisaweva's won 3 straight games in this one. Looked like she was down and out, but not so quick. Ties it up at 4 apiece.
Gonzalez now gotta be very careful here to try to just slow down and reset, because Sisaweva is playing with some energy. She's playing with some confidence as well.
So just to update you again for where things stand. This is 4-all, as you can see in the third set. The other match still in progress on the court next to this one. Ito of Syracuse leads Nong of Miami 4-3 in the third set. Miami just needs to win one of these 2 matches to clinch the duel. And that was out on the shot by Sisaweva, so make it 15-all. These 2 matches remaining have been grueling, to say the least. 2.5 hours in. Which is certainly on the longer side for any women's match, whether that's at the collegiate or professional level. That's a well-played point by Gonzalez.
Took her chance when she had it to be aggressive and get up, and now be up 30-15.
I like that recognized immediately once you saw that ball was going straight up. Took the first step in. An easy finish for her.
Wow, there was confusion on the court. I want to say Gonzalez called something out when it wasn't. And Miami is frustrated. The head coach, Paige Yaroshuk-Tuz, is on the court, pleading her case. The point was just granted to Syracuse in the middle of play.
Yeah, I think Gonzalez just let up on the gas a little too early. She thought it was over. Let's take a look at what she thought. That one was on the line. I don't know what she thought.
Me neither.
It looked like Sisaweva had called it out and then it got overruled from the umpire, but normally that would end the point right there.
Which it would have ended in Syracuse's point either way.
Yeah.
True.
Yes, that is true.
And meanwhile, it's game point for Sisaweva. I mean, this is unreal.
Up and down action.
And make it 4 straight games won by Anastasia Sisaweva. 5-4. She has the lead in the third set. Whether you believe it or not, it's true here at Drumlins.
This would be a great comeback. If she could just win one more game, Anastasia Sisaweva would tie it up, and then it would be all up to Shiori Ito and Sin-Yi Nong to finish it off for both squads. This one coming down to the wire in Syracuse, New York.
All right, you know the drill. Changeover on this court. Let's go to the other. Sin-Yi Nong, Shiori Ito over on court 1. It's currently 4-all. in the third set of this one. And Nong is on serve, so she just broke moments ago. While we were so focused on the drama on court 2, Nong has somehow snatched back some momentum when it seemed like Ito had a lot of it when we were last checking in here on court 1. And that's a player playing with some momentum based on that shot right there.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected from Nong right there. Nicely handled by Ito off of the serve that hit the net. Did a good job of getting it back, and then Nong, though, setting up and firing away.
Oh, Ito pinned back behind the baseline, and it leads to an unforced error.
Just like Anastasia Sisaway was coming back on the number 3 singles, now it seems like Sunyi Nong's coming back from a deficit, number 5 singles.
Oh, not the return Ito is seeking. And Nong is up 40 love.
A strong kick serve there from Nong. It got up above the shoulders on that backhand side for Ito. When you have those backhands that get up above your shoulders, they're so tough to deal with, especially off of a kick serve that has that much kick that Nong just possessed.
Oh, you think Nong is tired? Clearly not. 5-4. What a powerful shot down the line. And Ito will serve to try to stay alive in this duel. Like I said at the last changeover, you know the drill. We're going back over to court 2, where Sisaweva is up 5-4. Gonzalez on serve, trying to tie things up again in the third set.
It can't be scoreboard watching if you are Sisaweva or Ito. Just got to be doing your job. Trusting that your teammate's going to try to have your back. And if you're Miami, just looking for someone to finish the job.
Miami leads the overall duel 3-2. Needs to win just one of these last 2 matches taking place to take the duel. And long ago on the other court, Nong was 1 point away from sending everyone home. But we play on here, 6:36 local time, in a duel that started just after 3 o'clock. Down the line, it's as good as it gets from Anastasia Sisaweva to stay alive in this game.
That was a beautiful return off the really hard serve. Just 1 for 1, and Sisaweva comes out on top. Great return right on the line. No chance of getting that one back.
That shot ruled out just long, and it's now gets more interesting as Gonzalez ties it up at 5 apiece in this third set. Let's quickly go back over to court 1 where Nong and Ito, look at that, also tied at 5 apiece. Or sorry, 5-4. Ito trying to tie it up at 5 apiece here on serve. I got a little ahead of myself there.
They gave Sam the script.
We'll see about that. Meanwhile, this is interesting. The chair umpire is walking across the court. What could this possibly be about? Oh, he's having a word with the Miami players who are watching out of that perch in the Drumlins lobby. Alexa Knoll, perhaps the primary player he was speaking with. She's clearly not soft-spoken. A couple of laughs from other Miami players. I mean, talk about some drama here, as perhaps an issue was granted out by the umpire as he climbs back into position.
We've really added everything today here in Drumlins.
Some chirping, perhaps. And Eunice Lee-Mom, Syracuse head coach, making sure everything's sorted out in that sense. And back off we go. And Ito, unfazed by the temporary stoppage in play, she takes a 30-love lead. Her coach, Eunice Lee-Mom, loves it.
That one high, and then a couple of those other players that were watching on were from the Colgate women's tennis squad.
Yes.
Because they're supposed to be going up against Wagner here at Drumlins at 7 p.m. That one
Not happening.
That one's not starting right at 7.
That'll be delayed. Yes, Colgate's home is also Drumlins. They commute about an hour up to Syracuse and oftentimes do have matches after Syracuse matches, both the men's and women's teams at Colgate. That just adds to the bizarreness of what this afternoon turned into night has been at Drumlins, as we are 20 minutes away from reaching the 4-hour mark of this duel. Meanwhile, it's game point for Ito. We'll go over to court 2 now, where it's game point for Sisaweva. Multiple game points for Syracuse players, and Sisaweva holds serve. She takes the 6-5 lead in the third set.
There you go, Anastasia Sisaweva, keeping that fight alive for Syracuse. Now 1 game away from getting herself and her team a point.
All right, back on court 1. Let's do it. Nong and Ito. That's shanked well wide from Shiori Ito.
Yeah, late on that backhand there for Ito. Ball got up on her a little bit quicker than I think she was expecting. And pulled the trigger, was late. And that's what sprayed that ball.
This also 5-all in the third set. So both singles matches that remain are going to 7 now. If it's 6-all in either, it would be a tie break. And we've already seen 2 tie breaks today, including in this very match 1 set ago when Ito took the second set tie break. She has a 15-30 lead with Nong on serve. Another point for Shiori Ito.
Puts her in a pretty good position.
Triple break point. Meanwhile, on the other court, Syracuse's Sisaweva has a 6-5 lead. Ito is 1 point away from having the same advantage here on court 1. But not yet.
Nicely done by Ito to just absorb the pace and get the ball back off of that serve. And then Nong, though, calm under pressure to be able to finish the job, but still, Nong, work to do.
Oh my, Ito fell down on that return.
Lost a grip, flattened the racket on that one. Again, 40-40.
Of course. And imagine how long both of these matches would be if there was a deuce in college tennis. Right. I mean, we probably would just be starting the third set if that was the case.
Ito taking a couple steps into the baseline now. Let's see if she stays in or if she'll back out.
Oh, a high five between Eunice Limam and Shiori Ito. She gets the break point. 6-5, Ito leads. Let's go back to court 2 between Raquel Gonzalez and Anastasia Sisaweva, where Sisaweva is 2 points away from tying this duel up. And make it 1. It's match point for Anastasia Sisaweva.
Wow, all of a sudden, all the momentum, getting a little more Syracuse orange.
Who can predict this?
Nobody. Oh, if that shot was executed, would have been match over. Instead, 15-40.
Anastasia went for it, tried to pull the trigger down the line. And very close.
Just a little bit out on that one.
Oh, Gonzalez, a few steps behind the baseline, somehow manages to win the point. We play on court 2.
I think there were like 3 or 4 shots that I thought for sure were either going out or hitting the net. And somehow the ball barely getting inside the service line and baseline and then barely getting over the net.
It's long, down but never out. Anastasia Sisaweva completes the third set comeback. 7-6, 3-6, 7-5. She gets the victory. And this duel is tied at 3 apiece.
What a gritty performance there from Sisaweva, going up against a nationally ranked opponent in Gonzalez and coming out with a gritty 3-set victory.
You can't get any more close than this. And now it all comes down to this match.
this decides the duel. Number 5 singles, Shiori Ito of Syracuse against Sin-Yi Nong of Miami. Oh my. And the racket flung out of the hand of Ito, who took a spill. She appears to be okay as her coach Eunice Limon checks on her. It's 15-30. Keep in mind, Ito serving for not only the match, but the duel now.
Just off balance, took a tumble.
Almost looked like she let go of the racket to kind of brace that fall a little bit.
That's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be holding your racket as you go down.
Oh, at the net, Ito can't execute. 15-40. Break point for Nong as she's 1 point away from bringing this duel to a tiebreak to decide it.
Quite a way to end it. This is big for Ito too, because it doesn't have to go to a tiebreak.
But wait a second, make it 30-40.
That serve just barely made it in after nicking the net. Now 1 point separates it from either a tie break or a 40-40 deuce.
Here we go. Oh, wow. Nong gets the break point, and guess what? In fitting fashion, the final singles match left is going to a third set tiebreak, and this will decide who wins the duel. That's well into hour number 3, 10 minutes away from reaching the 4-hour mark.
Wouldn't have wanted it any other way between these two teams. Something about Syracuse and Miami meeting in Drumlins. It pulls out some absolute crazy matches.
And somehow, some way, this has almost been more dramatic than that meeting 2 years ago. First point of the tiebreak goes to Sin-Yi Nong. And it is a 10-point tiebreak since this is in the third set. And it's also deciding the duel for that matter. So this could be a grinded out type of tiebreak, folks. Not just to 7, but to 10.
We're still winning by 2.
Yes. The serve switches after every odd point. They'll switch sides after every 6 points here in the tiebreak. The second one of this match. That's long. 1-all. And you can just feel the suspense before every serve now. You can't hear a pin drop inside Drumlins. Oh my! Can you believe that? A double fault. Nong is back in the lead.
That's just an unlucky bounce if you're a Shiori Ito, because if that one bounces the other way and it just sneaks over, that's untouchable.
Let's see how Ito responds now after that tough one didn't go her way.
Non-serving for the next 2 points here. Into the net, 2-2. And just to clarify, earlier we mentioned that it was a 10-point tiebreak. It is actually a 7-point tiebreak, just like the other sets. So 2-all, but the point still stands that this is going to be a grinded out type of tiebreak. It at least has that feel, the way these two have battled. Oh, just wide. 3-2 Nong.
That point had a lot of spin on it from both sides. Shiori Ito just almost snuck it in there on that last one. Beautiful backhand in the slice, the hustle over to get it just too strong, just a little bit wide.
Kind of an awkwardly played point there. That net cord being touched, and then credit to Nong. That was a tough way to deal with that little one-handed backhand flick that she gave to Ito.
It's wide. 4-2 Nong. The players will switch sides.
So now Shiori Ito has some ground to make up on the other side. Nong only has to win 3 more points, and Miami will win this duel. Syracuse has lost 2 straight. This is very close to putting them back on the winning track.
And you have the feeling that Ito has to win this service point here. Meanwhile, Nong getting some coaching tips from Paige Yeroshuk-Tuz. Sinyi Nong, the junior from China. Shiori Ito, the senior from Japan. It's all coming down to these two to decide the duel. Nearly 3 hours into their match. Oh, and Ito just too strong at the net. 5-2 Nong, and she's 2 points away from getting Miami to crawl out of this one with the victory.
Ito let that volley get a little bit too close to her, didn't get out in front of it enough, and wasn't able to control it once it got into her body and jammed her.
What a forehand strike by Nong, and it's match point for Miami.
It's all Sinyi Nong right now. These last few points, she's been totally in command. That one especially from the jump. Controlled it. Now one more.
Oh, we play on at Drumlins.
Oh my.
That one was so close. Barely got over. Oh, what's she gonna get it back? Yeah, no. Oh man.
Sometimes you need a little luck on your side. That's incredible at that moment.
6-3 Nong, but the key here is that Ito's back on serve. It's in! Game, set, match, duel. Miami holds on for an emphatic victory. Sin-Yi Nong defeats Shiori Ito in the tiebreak. And Miami defeats Syracuse 4-3 in the duel.
Man, oh man, what a way to finish this one off in the tiebreaker. Sin-Yi Nong just paints the line. Shiori Ito goes up, trying to get some aggression going, and then lost it over. And
a near 4-hour duel goes the way of Miami. We'll be back to recap it all in a moment. Miami takes it 4-3 over Syracuse. It seemed like a sure thing for a while. Then Syracuse said, we're gonna make things interesting, and boy, was it. Sam Reese alongside Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy. What just happened over the last 4 hours? Let's take you through it. 3 hours ago, the doubles point was clinched by Miami. Man, was that a long time ago.
It was. And who would have thought that first point would have been so important for the rest of the matchup? If Syracuse wins it, Syracuse wins the duel. Miami won it, Miami wins the duel.
The key was Sin-Yi Nong and Raquel Gonzalez in #1 doubles, taking down Nezkova and Komodo of Syracuse. And you're right, that doubles point proved to be crucial, but singles was about as competitive as it gets, Ryan.
Yeah, Syracuse did a really good job. And Miyuka Komodo, how about the battle she showed against the former NCAA champion from last spring? Lost the first set 6-love, but battled, was up 5-love in the second, and Alexa Knoll came back and won 7 straight to close out at that top single spot.
Really a heartbreaker for Komodo, the way that one played out. But meanwhile, over in #3 singles, Anastasia Sisueva put up quite the fight against Raquel Gonzalez and ended up getting the victory in 3 sets.
And a tiebreak, and then it ended up with another tiebreak, back and forth on this one. Shiori Ito, Sin-Yi Nong. Nong started up on top, then Ito answered, and then in the end, it was Sin-Yi Nong finishing it off, coming back in the final set, the 3rd set, to force the tiebreak. The final point. Just lobbing it over the head of Shiori Ito after she approaches the net. Nong finishes it off. Miami wins 4-3.
6-4, 6-7, 7-6. Nong takes it, and Miami takes it as a result. They improved to 2-4, win its first conference match. Syracuse, on the other hand, drops to 7-3, 0-3 in conference play. And here's what's up next for the Orange, Ryan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. They really haven't hit the road much, but they're going to have their first long road trip of the season going out west for Stanford and Cal. So we'll see. Florida State, another very tough opponent that they still have coming here to Drumlin's this weekend. And Syracuse, I think if you got to look at their upcoming schedule, they got to be happy with how they've played the last 3 matches. Just results haven't gone their way.
Right, those next 3 matchups, neither of them have played an ACC matchup. Florida State, though, they're 9-1. They're really hot coming into this one.
A common theme in the ACC is that it doesn't get any easier, and Syracuse has to quickly reset for Sunday's match with Florida State. Wow, what a 4-hour duel this was. Miami gets it done over Syracuse, 4-3 the final score. For my partners, Riley Underwood and Ryan Cuddy, our fantastic producer, David Tasca, I'm Sam Reese saying so long. The Canes take down the Orange.